Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Good afternoon. Hi-yo. Welcome. How are you? Good. Oh, you look great. Thanks for being here. My name's Alan Cox. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hugs of the creepy variety, everyone.
Mary Santora is here, too. And Poundcake is back in Studio G.
Good afternoon, white people. Hello.
There's a brand new Poundcake sports break coming later on today.
Yes.
Very excited about that, as I always am.
A lot of this, I'm combing through the stories now, and it's just very Super Bowl centric. So
What did you think was going to be?
I know, but I like to.
But at least this year, more than years past, there's all kinds of potentially interesting things around it. I mean, they might be Taylor Swift centric, but
Yeah.
it's more than you usually get. It's a lot more X's and O's usually.
I don't even take those T Swift stories into consideration. So T Swift is out. Super Bowl almost can't avoid it, but I try to find, a nice little, nugget of gold in all of that.
See, that's
what Patrick Mahomes' dad is for.
Right. Oh, God, this guy. He started tailgating early. That's where Poundcake has really come into his own with the Poundcake sports break is everybody else talking about Taylor Swift, not him. And that would be normally right in his wheelhouse, but he goes, nope. Everybody thinks I'm going to zig, I'm going to zag. And who knows what that will be, but we will get to it later on. If you'd like to join us today on the program at any point, feel free. You can call us. It's 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. You can send me a text. That number is 35192. If you listen to us on the iHeartRadio app, there's a little button there. You can drop messages for us. It's really feast or famine with the talkback messages. Some people, they don't quite know how to operate it yet. And so there can really be, there's a wide variety of volume that comes across them. And frankly, how would you know? I mean, I assume that maybe these are the kinds of people, the people who can't modulate their volume properly, the ones that are maybe like talking on their speaker all the time to people. You know when you'll be in a public place and somebody's on their speakerphone in the store talking to someone?
It should be punishable by law.
I mean, it's annoying and it's not going to change my life, but we are living in a world of earbuds. I mean, I just got used to people talking with earbuds in and realizing they're on the phone and not mentally deranged. I just got used to that.
It's a good thing that you got used to that because with this bathroom that we share with this restaurant, it is a regular occurrence where someone will come in from the restaurant with earbuds in, talking on the phone, and I'll be like, oh, wait, no, that's not, they're not talking to me.
Not talking to me, right.
Not talking to me.
Or they're taking a huge dump, and they're talking to somebody on the speaker on their phone. And I'm like, man, whatever you've got to say cannot be that important.
Some people just like talking on the phone.
Some people are bathroom phone users. That's a pretty good, I think, demarcation line with people. That would be a great question to ask somebody on a first date. How do you feel about talking to someone while you're taking a dump? If this relationship continues, do you foresee a point at which you'll openly and freely, with no reservation whatsoever, call me mid-dump?
I think...
and if they go, yeah, I mean, forget all the nonsense red flags you read on, like, relationship websites and stuff. Will you ever call me, do you think, on the phone while you're taking pinching a loaf? And they go, yeah, of course.
they'll take the call.
You're going to answer a call on the toilet.
I have a
A public toilet? See,
but why answer it? You're on the toilet. All right, you must be pretty confident in no noises. But you're not peeing. You're taking a dump.
in this scenario, yeah, this scenario.
Oh, so it's contingent on one or two.
Yeah, this is a scenario where the guy is taking a dump. He's not going pee. He is sitting on the toilet, and that's a loud bathroom too.
Grunting mid-sentence, by the way.
Yeah.
That's there seems to be, listen, live your life however you want to live it. This falls in line perfectly with, a world full of people at the grocery store in their SpongeBob pajama pants. But it's still very, very strange to me.
Hey, man, we got to update these stereotypes one way or another.
Well, and also, here at iHeart Cleveland, it was a real problem for a long time that there was simply no heat in that men's room. I mean, a large portion of our suite here and all the way back to the men's room, it was just freezing, freezing cold. You could hang meat in there and not worry about it. And they finally fixed that. I believe they may have overcorrected because now when you go into the men's room, it's like there's somebody pouring water on a pile of hot rocks. But listen, you got to be careful what you ask for because you just might get it. It's nothing if not comfortable now back there. Alan, did you watch Jeopardy last night? None of the three people knew who Paul Harvey was. I did see that.
That's the rest of the story.
The rest of the story was none of them got any money for Paul Harvey. Well, it was a bit of a, not a bait and switch, but I could see where they might get confused because they initially showed, and I don't know why, a young picture of Paul Harvey and then switched to him getting like the Presidential Medal of Freedom from Clinton or something. I don't know.
It was a picture question? I wouldn't know who Paul Harvey is based on a picture.
Well, it was I don't remember what the clue was. I don't even remember what the category. He was a guy in we knew him locally because he did the show out of Chicago, but it was a nationally syndicated thing where this guy made tens of millions of dollars for doing like 3 minutes at the top of the hour. He would do this thing called The Rest of the Story, and he was very folksy, and he would tell all of these, stories primarily on News Talk AM stations, and he'd go, "I'm Paul Harvey, good day," and we'd listen to WGN in Chicago, and my dad would take us to work. And when I was a kid, the car only had AM radio, and so we would listen to Paul Harvey. And so I have a great deal of nostalgia for that. But to look at him, and I don't know that a lot of people would know what he looked like. I did see that last night, yes.
All right, where's the question? I'm looking it up on...
I don't know what the question was. They have they're in their Tournament of Champions or something right now, so...
Hold on.
Oh, Poundcake, I was going to tell you I got the head nod when I pulled in this morning. Have you gotten a musical head nod yet?
Not at all.
You haven't.
I got froze out today with my morning jacket.
Oh, you were playing My Morning Jacket?
Yeah.
I was playing Horse with No Name by America.
There you go.
I'm cranking Horse with No Name, and I get up there, and I'm holding my card up, and the dude comes out of the office.
Welcome to the club.
It nods.
Feels good, doesn't it?
Now he could.
Feels good, doesn't it?
This song's a wild pitch. So he may have just been giving me the good morning nod. But I'm going to present it as though he really likes this song and was giving me a silent prop for it. Because it is a fantastic song. Alan, what sort of media hanging in the men's room at work? You don't want to know what's going on here, all right? Don't you ask me about my hanging meat. You understand what I'm saying. That water's cold and deep. Don't talk to me about that. So anyway, Poundcake has yet to get a nod, or you haven't gotten a recent one?
No nod at all. Not even
no nod
acknowledgement
at all.
that I'm pulling
wow. Is there any chance that they maybe just don't like you at all? They see you and they turn heel and walk the other way.
It's quite possible.
Yeah, it's weird. Well, anyway, that was the song that theoretically got me the nod this morning, so thanks to them. I've got to take a break here. I will have another $1,000. Those keywords keep coming just about every hour, so 2:30 is the next one. For you to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie. if you want to text for anything here, 35192, and we'll be back.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
If you can't be in Vegas for the big game, then bring the big game excitement to you with the King of Sportsbooks. You could be the biggest winner in the big game thanks to BetMGM. The King of Sportsbooks is offering new customers a chance to score $158 in bonus bets instantly. That's right, instantly. Just download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code WMMSFM. Then, place a $5 moneyline wager on the big game. You'll receive $158 in bonus bets instantly regardless of your wager's outcome. Don't forget to use bonus code WMMSFM. This is your opportunity to cross the goal line on the money line as pro football's top teams clash for the championship. If you can't be in Vegas for the big game, then bring the big game excitement to you with the King of Sportsbooks. Details at BetMGM.com. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. 21 plus and present in Ohio. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER in partnership with MGM Northfield Park.
This is Monster Jam. Witness big air, two-wheel skills, backflips, and all-out racing. It's the only place to see the world's best drivers tear up the dirt in your favorite Monster Jam trucks, like Gravedigger, El Toro Loco, Megalodon, and more. It's big-time fun for the whole family. Monster Jam, as big as it gets. Coming to Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, February 16th through the 18th. Brought to you by BKT Tires and Great Clips.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You get your podcast, heed the call.
Presented by T-Mobile for Business. Now is the time for 5G business.
Death is a touchy subject. Unless you're killing all your time with this, then just keep touching.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
The Lamb of God Show. Lamb of God and Mastodon. They're going out on the Ashes of Leviathan tour. Presented by 2 Hours to Midnight. So excited. Hey, it's going to happen at Jacobs Pavilion. I will have tickets for you all next week. Lamb of God and Mastodon are both celebrating the 20th anniversary of their respective albums. Hard to believe. 20 years ago this year, Lamb of God drops Ashes of the Wake and Mastodon drops Leviathan. They will have Kerry King, who is now solo from Slayer, and Unearth rounding out the lineup. It's August 9th. That's a Friday night at Jacobs Pavilion, and I will have tickets for you all next week. As well as next week, putting people on Mary's Polar Blast team.
Snow Babies!
Snow Babies is her team.
Are we hearing her now on the live stream?
Can you hear me?
Hearing her now. And we'll put the last couple of people on Bill's team today, tomorrow, and Friday. His team is ICES. And if you'd like to join ICES, I'll have a shot for you around 3:20 this afternoon. Cavaliers are playing tonight. Who are they playing? They're playing someone. They're probably playing the Wizards in Washington. Donovan Mitchell, the first Cavs player, beside LeBron James, to win the NBA's Player of the Month. He was named Player of the Month last month, and I guess it's been a minute since a Cavalier has gotten that honor. Do you get like a parking spot? Do they give you a hat? Do you get your photo on the wall of the Romo Fijo?
Award.
You get an award.
They send you an award, I believe.
Do you get a bonus? Any monetary remuneration for this?
There's probably a bonus that goes with that. It's probably in their contract.
Mm-hmm. If I get named Player of the Month, I get X amount of dollars. That's how we do it here at iHeart Cleveland. Anytime I get named...
Yes, X.
Anytime I get named
nothing.
DJ of the Month, I get a nice check. And then they give me... they put my photo on the wall in the kitchen. And a number of us have won this. And since it's a leap year this year, since there's an extra day this month, there will be one fewer Employee of the Month. I don't know how that works out. You think it would go the other way. It's an extra day, but for some reason they're removing a month. Again, I'm not the math guy. I don't know how that works. But the Cavs in D.C., that's your District of Columbia tonight, to play the Washington Wizards, who are not good. They're not a good team right now, but maybe they'll get one over on the Cavs. Wizards are near the bottom of the barrel in the East. I think the Pistons are the only team worse than the Wizards. But the Cavs are killing it. And so tonight, 7 o'clock is when you'll hear that on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. And 6:30 is when the pregame will start. Cavs have won 14 of their last 15. They've tied the franchise record for a 15-game span. So they're looking good. They're fun to watch. Is Jarrett Allen back in the mix?
Yeah, he's been...
Because he was
healthy.
hurt.
No. Evan Mobley was hurt.
No, I thought Jarrett Allen was out with something, and he just got back like a week ago.
No, Jarrett Allen's been playing pretty much the whole season.
Oh, okay.
Evan Mobley and Darius Garland just got back.
Maybe that's who I'm thinking of. Anywho, Cavs tonight. I was behind a car this morning with Hawaiian plates, and I don't think I had ever seen a car with Hawaiian plates.
How did they... they must have shipped it over here.
But that was what I was trying to figure out, right?
They must have shipped it.
Well, it's, Hawaii. I'm right behind it. I'm at the red light. I'm like, oh, wow. So I'm taking the time to take it in. The Hawaii plates, the Aloha State. Of course, it's a Subaru. And it's covered in the back. Rainbow stickers and mountain vistas. You know, the stickers that a lot of people would normally put on their laptop? It's on the back of this car. A lot of pineapples and pictures of their dog, whatever. And I'm thinking, okay, this poor girl either just moved here, in which case my condolences, talk about culture shock, or,
Are you trying to say that the culture of Cleveland is very different than the culture of Hawaii?
I'm not trying to say that. I'm not trying to say that.
That's what you're implying.
That's what the state crest of Hawaii says. The bottom.
Different than Ohio.
Different than Ohio. It was the license plate was between the Aloha State and different than Ohio. and they opted for the Aloha State. But I'm like, well, she can't be visiting because you don't have your car if you're visiting someone. You're not going to. So it led me to infer that maybe she's moved here or fleeing a wildfire. I don't know. But I was fascinated in the 35 seconds that I was behind her at the red light. I was trying to figure out what this scenario was because I've never been to Hawaii. And so I had never seen Hawaii plates here on the mainland. And I was, you know.
There's a good chance even if you've been to Hawaii, you've never seen Hawaii plates on the mainland. Mary's been to Hawaii. I'm guessing you've never seen Hawaii plates here.
I've only seen Hawaii plates here.
That's
I
the
don't
only
know
place.
what Mary has seen. Only
I've never
here.
seen anything else.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Only Hawaii.
Well, from my understanding, when you go to Hawaii, anytime you see an oncoming car, you're supposed to avert your eyes.
Yes.
So as not to distract them, distract yourself. Yeah, that's the irony of it, is that everyone around me has been to, my parents who famously hated traveling, so we never went anywhere as kids. My mom and dad went to Hawaii years ago and loved it. My wife has been to Hawaii numerous times through the course of her life. I've never been. I always think the thing with Hawaii is I always, for some reason, well, part of it's because I suck at geography and I'm not that bright. For some reason, I always think that Hawaii is like 20 miles off the coast of California.
It's closer to Japan
right.
than it is to America.
They're like, from LAX, it's a 17-hour flight. Or I'm
it's not that far.
No, but I'm exaggerating.
Like 7 or 8 hours, right?
Yeah.
I thought it was more than that. I thought it was like 12. Oh.
No, not from LA. Like the first time I went, I changed planes in Chicago. So I had an hour flight and then a 12-hour flight. The second time I went, I don't know why they would do that. The second time I went, we changed planes in San Francisco. So it was like 5 hours to San Francisco and then another 7 or 8 to Hawaii from there. But yeah, it's like 13 or 14 hours total. It's not that far.
Yeah, well, I mean, I could envision if we were going to do that, we would leave from LAX. But even that, I'm like, I had no idea it was that far from LA. For some reason, I think Hawaii is just like
it's a long time.
Yeah,
dude.
out floating there off the coast.
My sister,
like it's Catalina Island or something.
My younger sister has pretty bad anxiety, and
what?
Yeah, I know. But what bothered her was she's like, we're over the ocean for 7 hours. Like, if anything, we're screwed. And I was like, you're kind of screwed if anything happens in an airplane anyway, And then she's like, you are not helping me. And I was like, well, I mean, you're already in the plane. If you're going to die, you're going to die. And she's like, you might be the worst pep talk person I've ever talked to.
But what does she want you to say?
But I was like, there's literally not, you took that risk getting on the plane. Why freak out about it now?
And at that altitude, the water, you're going to hit it like concrete anyway. So
everyone would die.
You're vaporized.
Yeah.
What are you expected? What did she want you to tell her?
That it was all going to be okay?
Oh, to lie and say, yeah.
Well, it is going to be okay because the plane's not going to crash, and it didn't crash, so it was okay. But if it does crash, there's nothing you can do about it.
As it turned out.
Well, that's exactly. I when I first started traveling for stand-up on flights, because I didn't make that transition till like 2018 or 19, probably 2019. I was driving pretty much everywhere. So when I first started flying, I had a lot of anxiety around it too. Like, oh, what happens if this or what happens if that? And I got over it pretty quick.
You mean because you were up in your average? You were in the air more.
Yes, because I was so used to driving that I felt more in control, But when I'm flying, I'm like, I had to accept the fact that it's like, once you are on this plane, everything is out of your hands. And to me, I find a little bit of comfort in that.
Me too.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, there's nothing you can do. And you hope that you've left everybody with your affairs are in order. That you end up, if something happens, like Jeff Bridges in Fearless. Or if you're on the ground, you can assist. Like a Nicky Cage in, the hell's that movie? Knowing. Remember Nicolas Cage in Knowing?
Never saw it.
Oh, what a great movie. Oh, it's a really thin premise, but there's a fantastic plane crash scene. Really well done. He's on the ground. And I'm pretty sure they shot it with practical effects. I think they crashed a plane full of people. Because they were like, hey, man, we want this to look as realistic as possible. That movie's probably 15 years old now.
I do remember the theme song to it. Knowing is the opposite of thinking.
Yeah, I don't remember that one, but I think the other people probably ripped off the... Standim. Yeah. No, what a great movie. Nick Cage. For all the people busting his balls. You know, it's just a numbers game with that guy. More movies he does, the higher the opportunity you have to see him in something great. He's had kind of a renaissance over the past couple of years. But before that, boy, he really was just doing anything that got sent to him, and a lot of times it was out of his hands. Wasn't much he could do.
You just watched National Treasure for the first time, right?
National Treasure for the first time.
God, it's so good.
Alan, did you think it was so good?
It was very entertaining.
It's such a fun movie,
I
dude.
think it's got the guy from The Hangover who gets stuck on the roof.
I thought you said it was crap.
Who, me?
I thought you said you didn't like it at all.
National Treasure?
I thought you said, I feel like last week you did it as an aside, and you're like, National Treasure, which was, ugh. Like
No, I thought it was fine. I mean,
Okay.
it was, I think that Diane Kruger is very, very underrated. She's foxy. But, no, I thought it was fine. I don't think I need the sequel.
I didn't like the sequel very much, but National Treasure
I'm fine
is like,
with the first one.
it's one of my comfort movies for sure.
It comforts you.
I just think it's
like
a
a good
really
movie to throw on in the background and
well-written,
have it's
fun
fun, yeah.
movie.
Really?
Yeah,
It's like an urban Indiana Jones kind of.
I like it.
Yeah.
Another figure.
All right. I get it.
just
You like it.
saying.
God.
I don't have the patience for it today. All right. Don't
Why are
start
you
with
so
me.
impatient?
I'm not impatient. I'm just aggravated.
Oh, you don't have patience with me.
No. In
I
general.
see. Oh, fine. Well, then let me give people money. Do you have enough patience to sit through a 17-second sweeper here?
No.
Don't make me make you another Valentine.
Mary, you're not allowed to have any more free food before the
I
show.
know. I'm well fed today for
Mary
the first
sends
time in weeks.
Mary sends us this photo of, I don't know what the hell it is. She's like,
Ribs,
hey, free food.
Chicken
I'm like,
wings,
oh,
mac
God.
and cheese, sweet potato pie.
She done had soul food before the show.
I did.
No
And
wonder she
salad.
can't function properly.
She didn't bother me talking
It
on the
was
toilet
so
later.
good.
Yeah. I couldn't tell
Two more
what the hell was
segments,
going
Mary's
on
gonna
there.
be-
Brian said the same thing. I sent him the same picture, and he's like, "Where is the mac and cheese?" I'm like, "It's in between the ribs and the chicken wings. You don't see it?
Oh, my God. No wonder
Covered
you're
up by the salad. a
Who
little
eats
bit.
ribs midday?
I actually don't like ribs. I've never liked ribs, and every time I try them, I was like, "Man, still don't like ribs."
Yeah. Well, when Charlemagne has the grill going, you can't turn him down. You got to be nice. So, I've got money here. It's $1,000 for you from the Buzzard Bookie. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Check. That's check. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
To Poundcake's point, he goes, who eats ribs in the middle of the day? It was that photo you sent us, I was taken aback in two ways. One, I couldn't tell what the hell was going on. But two,
Let me see.
why so much food on the plate? I mean, you could have, like, you didn't.
I didn't want to take 2 plates. I
Why
felt like that
would
was
you take
overkill.
2 plates?
That's my point. So I just loaded up one
No.
with everything that I wanted.
Why an overflowing single plate?
Bitch got
'Cause I'm
sweet potato
hungry.
pie.
She's like, yeah, but it's like
rice,
it's an
chicken.
individual tiny pie.
Yeah, they were serving those though. That was the dessert. They were little individual pies.
Right, but I'm saying like you go, oh, you've got 8 things over there. I'll have 2.
No,
Why?
I
wanna
got
try a
four-
little of everything.
Yeah,
She
I got
didn't-
4 wings, 2 ribs,
why you're
rice,
not-
mac and cheese,
Dude.
sweet potato pie, and salad.
Oh God, I
really
love
good.
it. After all that, why the salad? Are you trying to prove
balance.
something to somebody or balance?
Crispiness.
Right. I think
you
you would have
hydration even.
You would have needed 3 times the salad for balance.
Yeah.
Question, because I
Did
don't
you
know.
finish that whole plate?
I sure did, except the ribs. You got to understand, dude.
Well
you know what I
done.
had for dinner last night? A turkey sandwich, okay? I'm back to poor people food. I'm back to peanut butter and jellies for
Why
lunch.
is it? Yeah, that's what I'm eating. Why is that poor people food?
Well, I'm like, I guess smaller portions. I'm like having to
She
stretch my
spent
money.
2 months of budget on one meal.
Yes,
Yeah.
I did. That was pretty much, almost my entire rent.
Right, but it's not like you ate half of this and then put foil over it to take home. You said you
No.
ate the whole plate at lunch.
Because it was free and there was a lot of it. So I'm like, I'm going to fill up now and then I won't be hungry again until I have to go home and eat
I
another
see.
turkey sandwich. you
You'll
know?
just propel yourself back to Astoria by way of fart.
Correct.
Yeah.
But
All right, well, as long as it was good.
whatever. Yeah, it was really good.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, once in a while here at iHeart Cleveland, there's a couple of potbelly sandwiches in the kitchen.
Ugh.
So-
question because I don't know the layout of iHeart New York, obviously. So there's 2 kitchens. Like there's one on the floor that production is on, and then there's another one in the sales floor.
There, iHeart has, I think he said like 7 floors. I've only been to our floor, which is the production isn't, I guess production. The studios are all on this floor. Me and one other girl jokingly call it the talent floor. So there's the talent floor, which we're on, and we have everything we need, kitchen, bathroom, all that. And then the sales floor also has all that, kitchen, bathroom. I'm assuming every floor probably has that, so people have places to put their lunch and waters and things. But yeah, so this was all set up on the sales floor. They put up posters in like our kitchen, and we're like, hey, come to the big game luncheon from 12:30 to 1:30, and then when we got down there was a big sign that said, food is only for attendees of the meeting. And I'm like, well, I definitely didn't go to a meeting today.
What meeting?
I don't know.
Oh,
because
probably a
I'm
sales
also
meeting.
not on the email list here.
Right.
I need to talk to somebody about that because I don't get emails for like this building. So if something were to be happening or they were to be closed or something, I wouldn't know.
Right. They're like, hey, we're going to evacuate for a fire alarm at 2.
Yeah.
Mary's the only one on the floor.
So I just grabbed a plate and acted like I belonged and came back to my studio.
Saying, what's going on out there? Is everything okay?
Where
I
is
see people
everybody?
running down the hall. What's...
Is that the
Is
FCC?
everything okay? Are they making more ribs? What do I smell?
I only took 1 plate.
It wasn't my fault.
What
God.
do you think that Mary will ever get reprimanded for this, or do you think she'll be able to keep flying under the radar?
Yeah, no. Reprimanded by whom?
Well, maybe someone in the building
I'm
is like,
getting too comfortable. I'll tell you that much.
yeah, is like, all right, you're a Cleveland employee that comes here. You
But
are
you're
not
a-
New York.
But you don't talk to everybody.
You're an employee of the company. Who
Right.
cares? I'm sure they look down on Cleveland, but
Yeah, that's
just
what I'm saying. I'm saying there's going to be some person that gets a bug up their ass and be like, you got to stop being you.
No,
Whatever.
it's the same company. Our paychecks all come from the same place.
Right, but imagine if Poundcake was managed. Poundcake, if you were a manager in that building and you saw the person that was broadcasting from New York to Cleveland, would you treat her different?
No, because I would never allow her in the building. So it wouldn't even be a factor. No outsiders.
But she's
New York or die.
a company employee.
Of iHeartMedia Cleveland.
Of iHeartMedia.
iHeartMedia. My, for example, my key card works for this parking deck and this building. I can't just go into iHeart New York and just use my badge.
No,
and
but
get
if
in
you
there.
told them, "Hey, I'm with iHeart Cleveland, could I
would
get a
laugh
key?"
at me.
No, they would. Why would they?
They're like, "Oh, do you need a guest sticker? Hi, my name is Cody."
You
I'm
know
from
why they
iHeart
wouldn't?
Cleveland."
Because iHeart Cleveland is one of their top performing markets.
Yeah,
So
suck
they'd go,
it.
"Hey, thanks for making so much money so that the rest of us, all they care about is New York, LA, and Chicago. Guess who makes all the money?
Mary
Market.
Santora.
Cleveland's one of the top revenue generators.
Well, you make us.
Why do you think that is?
We make the money by not getting paid what we should get paid.
We make the
100%.
money by having stuff people want to mess around with here. So you go, "Hey, I'm with iHeart." Why would you say Cleveland? You go, "I'm with iHeart. My key card isn't working."
That's exactly what I did. I have my little zippy.
Of course.
I know
they
it
just
doesn't. Here's the
believed
thing,
you, they
though.
took you at your
listen,
word?
listen. I know that this card does not get me onto the sales floor. I know that because I've tried, and I know it doesn't work.
It'd be like a
Listen. So I waited until I saw someone walking by. I pulled out my little zip card, tapped it, and then like gave a confused look, and then I tapped it again, and then the person came in and they saw my badge with the little iHeart, and they're like, "Oh, that's weird." And they let me
Yes.
in.
That makes
can
me
see my
really
face.
nervous.
With my iHeart. It's still a badge that I work for the company. Like it's a company issued badge.
And what are they going to think? Mary's pulling a heist or
She
something
did.
like
She stole one rib, 2 wings,
a
mac and
food heist.
cheese.
It was
But
a soul
I do-
food heist.
I do know that this card does not work on that floor, which probably means I shouldn't be eating their food.
Talk about, man.
But so I just try to swipe it, and then I look around until somebody's like, "Oh, that's weird. It worked for me," and then they let me in.
It'd be like if Poundcake's walking around here and somebody was here from iHeart Lima. He's like, "Get out of here, goddammit."
No, I would be like, "Oh, you're a visitor. Hi, welcome to iHeartMedia Cleveland."
But I'm
Yeah,
gonna
you
be
wouldn't-
like
there.
how big this market is?
You wouldn't exactly be our ambassador here either,
Absolutely
Cody.
not.
Also, we don't got a sales floor.
I'm gonna be
Right,
there
we
for
have
2
one
years.
floor.
iHeart Lima.
Okay. You know
They
what,
have stations
Angela,
there.
I know they
Here,
do.
take this, Cody. Angela, you talked to me today while I was eating. So how about that?
Your mouth is full and she's
Did
talking
she say
to
the
you.
same thing as Alan?
No,
You're going to eat that whole plate?
Well, no.
You're not going to take any of that home?
Good for you.
It was me and then the afternoon girl from Z100, Crystal, and then I don't know, the other woman's name is Kenya, but I don't think she's on air. I'm not exactly sure what she does, but the three of us were sitting and eating, and then Angela Yee walked up and she goes, "Oh, this must be the cool kids table, okay?" And she was standing and talking with us for a little while. I was like, "Oh my God, I'm at the cool kids table? Like this, nobody here knows me. I stole this food. Like, I'll sit at the cool kids
You
table."
got to act like you've been there before.
I
You
didn't say
act
a
like
word.
you
You
belong.
already got the little light in your room. Like, who do you think you are? Queen Mary?
Yes.
What light?
She has the light in her
Or my ring light?
in her studio. No. I'm talking about the purple light.
That's from, I gave her that.
I know, but I'm saying she's making her room all homey. Like, it's like she's just in another location. But it's like
Can
she's
you move those boxes?
Yeah, it looks
I
kind
don't
of
know
trashy.
whose they are. They're not mine.
Can you hide
They
them
were
under the
here when
console?
I got here. No, sometimes I take naps under there. So I can't do that.
Especially after that
Stanza.
lunch she had. Yeah, after the ribs and sweet potato pie lunch.
No, because there's times
Mary's
when
going to sleep off the next segment just so she can be full of vim and vigor.
there's times when I won't have it. Like we get done at 6:30 and I won't have a spot until 9. So it's not enough time really to go back to Astoria and come back to Manhattan. So Brian called me the other day and I was laying down under my desk. And he goes, "What are you doing?" He's like, "They're going to throw you out and think you're homeless." I was like, "I just need to lay here for like a half hour."
I'm sure that's not uncommon
all I
there,
have to
to
do.
be honest.
Because I'm like, it's just not enough. By the time I were to get back to Astoria, I'd have like 15 minutes to unload, pack my stuff back up, and then
go.
walk right back to the train. So I was like, I'll just stay here and hang out for a half hour, you know?
Yeah.
So no, the boxes
cares?
cannot go under the desk because I call that my cave.
They don't have any lounges there. They have all that space, and they don't have like little. I used to put my head down. Now, granted, I wouldn't take advice from me on that because I probably wasn't supposed to.
Don't take advice from him on
anything.
But I remember when I was running the board, I would run the board for Rover Show a couple days, and then I would still have to do this show. So it was also not enough time to in between shows to just go home and take a nap. But I was going to take my nap. So I would go into one of the performance studios. I would put a bunch of chairs together, make a bed, and put my coat over me as a blanket. And I would sleep in there for like hour and a half, 2 hours. It was a good little nap.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I
If you're
said
in
that
here
to-
at 4:30 in the morning and you still got to, there's nothing wrong with that.
So now that we have that performance studio
That's
in
a
there,
grind, baby.
It's nice and dark. Ooh. Okay.
that's
yeah,
what-
but you don't got a key to that one.
They're going to give me a key. See, and that's the
No,
stuff I'm
I
talking about.
specifically told them not to give Poundcake a key.
And that's the
'Cause
stuff
he
I'm
will
talking
sleep
about. If I don't get a key to that place, what makes you think my bags would work in New York? Like, I just walking around, especially because I'm snooping. Like, I want to see it. Like, ooh, I'm sniffing chairs and stuff.
Cody.
You're going to sniff the wrong chair one day, and it's going to ruin your life.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's my business.
It's somebody else's business. You're just sniffing it.
Person ate 2 ribs.
All right. Good. Mary's going to hit the head, and I'm going to take a break. 35192 to text, AlanCoxShow.com to watch.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go.
from the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Idiot. Stupid moron.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Now, yesterday and today, our theater's been jammed with newspapermen and hundreds of photographers from all over the nation, and these veterans agree with me that the city never has witnessed the excitement stirred by these youngsters from Liverpool who call themselves the Beatles. Now, tonight, you're going to twice be entertained by them. Right now, and again in the second half of our show. Ladies and gentlemen, the Beatles.
Close your eyes and out this.
Don't tell me how many times I'm going to be entertained by the Beatles, Ed Sullivan. Tonight you're going to be entertained by them twice. Well, unfortunately, they're playing 3 songs, so...
Yeah, but one of them's by Ringo.
Hey, he was back there doing a little halftime shuffle, man. I mean, I've hurled my share of whatever at Ringo, but he's kind of a silent killer, really, when you dig down deep.
I'm not saying he can't play. I'm saying his songs aren't good.
Oh, yeah, well.
Yellow Submarine and those, like, they're not.
With a little help from my friends. Well, once in a while they throw him a bone, you know. But it was 60 years ago today. Today is the 60th anniversary of the Beatles touching down in America 2 days later. They would make their first performance on him. It wasn't the first time they'd ever been on American television because the prior fall they had NBC News or somebody had done a thing on like these 4 bop tops taking the world by storm from England. But their first performance was famously on the Ed Sullivan Show, which was a couple of nights later. And obviously everybody, I think, is semi-familiar with that clip of Ed Sullivan introducing the Beatles. My mom was 15 years... My mom was a huge Beatles fan. She was 15 years old when the Beatles did Ed Sullivan, and she was immediately smitten. And, you know, Kennedy had just been assassinated 3 months earlier. And so the Beatles was... that was the vibe shift that a lot of kids needed, specifically a lot of Roman Catholic kids, because the assassination of Kennedy had... you know, he was the first Catholic president. That was a big, big deal for kids growing up Catholic. But
it's a big deal for everybody.
It was, but it was all. But I mean, within the Catholic community, it was a big deal that he was the first Catholic president. I think he might have been the last Catholic president. I don't know that there's been a Catholic president since. But I just remember when I was a kid, my mom talking about just what a gut punch that Kennedy assassination was. But she was way, way into the Beatles.
Joe Biden's the second Catholic president.
Oh, I'm sorry. He is Catholic, isn't he? Yeah.
When 9/11 happened, I was in 6th grade, and my mom...
9/11, I'm sorry?
You've not heard of 9/11?
No.
The number you're supposed to call when you're sick or dying?
When you're sick? Yeah. Or when your hamburger isn't cooked to your satisfaction?
Hi, 9/11? My coffee's hot.
Understood.
No, when that happened, I was freaking out, and, you know, because my mom didn't pick me up from school, and all the other kids got picked up from school, and she related it to the Kennedy assassination. She was saying how, like, gave me, like, a big talk about how this will be, like, a defining moment in my life.
Yes.
And she explained how, for her generation, that was when Kennedy was assassinated.
Like, where were you?
Yeah.
My generation, Gen Xers, it was the Challenger space shuttle explosion. So, like, if you're a Gen Xer, where were you when the Challenger exploded? We were in school and watching it live on television, like 8th grade, freshman year, I think maybe it was for me. But yeah, for you, 9/11. Mm-hmm. And for, you know, younger generations, it'll be when Olivia Rodrigo first broke.
Or I was going to say the pandemic, but
when
they started shutting down the world.
Potato. But yeah, the Beatles on Ed Sullivan, a big, big deal at the time. Boy, that Ed Sullivan, if you do a deep dive, you know, the Ed Sullivan Theater is where Stephen Colbert does his show. It's where Letterman was. And that was where the Ed Sullivan Show was on. And it was on for...
What a coincidence.
What are the odds that he was doing that show in the theater that bore his name? But I think I was born by the time the Ed Sullivan Show had finally been canceled, but it was on for over 20 years. And it's wild because, for people familiar at all with Ed Sullivan, like his whole vibe, he wasn't like a good time party dude. I mean, the hook with him, or what they thought maybe his attraction was that he really didn't have much of a personality. He was a guy who had come from radio, but the guy was 47 when the TV show started. So he was 60-something, almost 70 when it got canceled. And by the time it got canceled, like, nobody was watching it anymore. But he had the wherewithal in the earlier days of that show to be like...
And nobody watching it anymore meant 70 million people a night watched it.
Yeah, I don't know what it was, but I mean,
Right?
you know what I mean? Like, by that... I thought that it was on every night. It was on once a week. The Ed Sullivan Show was on Sunday nights. And he was the first guy to be like, let's put comedians on. Let's put bands on. Let's put things like that. And talk shows back then had a much, the Tonight Show when Carson took it over. I mean, it was still 90 minutes long, and they shortened it to 60, but it was 90 minutes because back then you'd have an author on and talk to him for half an hour. Mm-hmm. Those audiences were a lot more literate than they are now. Entertainment was just different. It was just a different vibe in entertainment.
It was also...
There were fewer options.
There's so many fewer options that you just go, okay, this is what we're going to do. We got to fill the hours.
Yeah. But yeah, that's pretty wild. 60 years ago today. I'm gonna text my mom later on and pick her brain on that, because those are the only connection I have to that was my mom being way into the Beatles, and me rejecting them on principle for a long time, because you don't want to be into anything your parents are into. So I was like, the Beatles, and then you get older and you go, oh, okay.
So I was like,
I got
monogamy.
See, yeah, exactly. You just took a different tack. Yeah. I'm not into that. It's not for me, Mom and Dad. So, John, Paul, George, and Ringo. Who are they, Poundcake?
The Beatles.
Hey,
Beatles.
You should have made him name them.
He did. He does. I mean, like clockwork.
Oh, still? Okay.
Oh, yeah, he knows.
So
I asked him a couple days ago, and he said John, Paul, Jordan, and Ringo. Once you get that rhythm down, huh?
John, Paul, Jordan, and Ringo?
Yeah. It was John, Paul, Jordan Catalano, and Ringo. Mm-hmm. But, yeah, imagine a 47-year-old guy now starting a TV talk show, when they're looking for somebody who's young and hip and super cheap. But Ed Sullivan, because he had come from radio, and I mean, that's where people got established. TV was a brand new medium. The Ed Sullivan Show started in 1948. They're like, Ed, want to do a TV show? I don't want to do a TV show. The guy, was everything people thought he was. He's pretty humorless. He was just kind of monotone, but people watched that show. Loved that show for a while. I didn't realize it was on as long as it was. I was kind of doing a dive this morning on the whole Beatles Ed Sullivan thing. Because you kind of know it's out there in the ether, but I thought the show was on every night. I didn't know it was on once a week.
I didn't know there was other episodes besides that Beatles moment.
Welcome to our brand new Ed Sullivan Show. Ladies and gentlemen, the Beatles. Good night.
And good night.
And good night. But those screams, those high-pitched screams, they said that it had, when the Beatles were on Ed Sullivan, the biggest guest that they had up to that point was Elvis Presley. And they had 7,000 ticket requests for Elvis on Ed Sullivan. And the Beatles, they had 50,000 ticket requests to see the Beatles. You got to wonder how that made Elvis feel. Like, hey, man. These Beatles. Anybody going to buy the Chuck E. Cheese cookbook, by the way?
What is it? Snot?
Chuck E. Cheese and Friends Party Cookbook is coming very soon. If you follow them on social media, you've probably seen it. Unbelievably, and somehow it's 128 pages long. And they've got all kinds of recipes. If you want mummy dogs or, I don't know. It's a party cookbook, right? So you're going to have kids over. You're going to be making French toast dippers and whatever. But I seem to remember Chuck E. Cheese having like precisely 2 things on the menu, so I wasn't quite sure how they were going to fill up. I'm sure it's evolved into something, when I was a kid, Chuck E. Cheese they had pizza. That was it. Now they probably have chocolate lava cake and all kinds of nonsense. But back in the day, you went there for pizza. I don't even know if they had salad. They had like pizza and pop. That was pretty much it.
A salad bar.
At Chuck E. Cheese.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't recall that. But the Chuck E. Cheese and Friends Party Cookbook is available everywhere now. Oh, I'm sorry, you can pre-order it. If you're like, I want to make sure I don't sleep on this when it drops around St. Patty's Day. I want to make sure it's being shipped to me that day. Maybe you've got a kid's birthday coming up. Maybe you want to relive that party in the 4th grade that your mom and dad were kind enough to throw and no one came. I'm not speaking from personal experience. My parents didn't throw us parties. I'm just saying it's not an uncommon scenario. You know, you hear about these stories. Kids throw a party or their parents and nobody comes. Oh, what could break your heart more than that? That has to be, you know, you see those stories and they're supposed to be feel-good stories because they put a story online and 4,000 kids came to the party because they felt so bad. I always have to think that's got to be the parents screwed up the invitations and they don't want to cop to it. And they throw their kid under the bus. They go, I don't know why Timmy didn't have anybody come to his party. And, you know, the mom's like, God damn it, I forgot to send out those invitations. But that's supposed to be a feel-good story when you see them. But the Chuck E. Cheese Party Cookbook is going to be out. 128 pages. Somebody sent me the old 1980s character training video of Chuck E. Cheese. For the people who were working and in the costumes, they had a whole instructional thing about how you have to take care of your costume. Out of all the other things, if you could bear the indignity of dressing up as one of these animals at Chuck E. Cheese, you had to keep it clean. You had to wash it down. You had to do, because you were going to be somehow judged if you didn't.
First, we must strive to keep all our costumes clean and well maintained. The outside appearance of the costume reflects on you, the performer. For example, to clean Chucky, 409 or similar cleaners should be used on the face, hat, and toes.
So this kid's scrubbing the head, right? He's got the Chucky head off, and he's scrubbing the giant snout with Formula 409 to keep it clean.
Check these daily.
Because you probably got little kids, like, vomiting on you all day long.
Probably not all day. I bet that's like once
not all
a
day
week.
long.
I bet
Really?
that's like once a week. Like it's like maybe a month.
It's not nonstop.
I mean, like it just because you're not holding the kids up, so like you're getting puke. Definitely, there's puke happening at Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah,
but I don't think it's happening on Chuck E. Cheese a lot because most of the kids are actually pretty terrified of Chucky.
They give him a wide berth,
It's a
is what you're
50-50.
saying.
Yeah,
Especially this version of him.
Yeah,
this is the creepy version. He's much friendlier looking now.
Mm-hmm.
My younger sister, was a manager of Chuck E. Cheese for a while. And she's been in that rat costume. She's done like the parties and the dancing, and she's been Chuck.
I have to think that no matter how frequently or well you clean it, you never get the smell out. It's probably just god awful.
Well, it's the inside that probably gets smelly because
that's what I'm saying. If you put that helmet in,
the breath get
inside
trapped
that
in there.
Any upholstery cleaner, such as Woolite, can be used to clean any spots on the fur. Be sure to follow directions carefully. When you put Chucky away for the night, spray a little disinfectant, such as Lysol, in the head to keep it fresh.
Yeah,
and then you put your head in right after you spray it in there and get a little toasty. That way you get the kids a performance they'll never forget.
You're hot boxing Lysol.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing makes you feel better than putting on a helmet you just sprayed Lysol into. Fantastic.
Be sure to brush the fur every day. It is very important that Chucky has a well-groomed appearance. Hands, vest, and body can be machine washed in cold water and dried on the lowest setting. The vest should be air dried.
God, you're on the hook for all that? You're not getting, probably not getting
anymore.
paid enough. Well, probably not. This is like 1980 or something.
I mean, I imagine you just throw it in the machine at the end of the day and then.
Oof.
Not the head, though.
Not the head, but like the
outfit.
Stuff, yeah.
I do tell Gwen
and
that all the time.
I guarantee
though.
nobody did it all the time. Or like every day.
There's
but
good.
I bet they got washed once a month.
I tell Gwen that all the time. There's good tips in that video.
Be sure to brush the fur every day.
And, you know, So, yeah, Charles Entertainment Cheese was putting out, all these chains, they would put out these training videos, and somebody sent me the one from the 1980s. So when your sister wasn't, you said she managed Chuck E. Cheese?
She did everything. So she was I just texted her to see if I think she's at work, so she wouldn't be able to call in. But she was a server there, and then she would do the suit, and then I think she became a manager after that.
Oh, I was going to say, if they still had her doing that as manager, that would really suck.
I think she...
Because you want to get to the level of
it.
manager so you don't have to do that stuff.
But I think she kind of enjoyed it, like dancing around and being silly with the kids. Yeah, I tell you, she didn't text me back, but I was like, dude.
Well, the guy who, I don't know what his, to put on my Poundcake hat for a second, I don't know what his net worth ended up being. But the guy who developed Chuck E. Cheese was a guy named Nolan Bushnell, and he was the guy who founded Atari. Oh. He was the guy that developed Pong and all this stuff. So I'm curious what his net worth looked like in the heyday of Chuck E. Cheese and the heyday of Atari, what this guy had going on. But, I haven't been to a Chuck E. Cheese since pre-pandemic when my daughter had a birthday party. And I don't recall more than one character walking around. So maybe you're just in the Chucky thing, because back in the day, they'd have 2 or 3 people walking around in the different character costumes.
My sister's about to call in, Cody.
And now they just have it reduced to...
Hotline or regular line?
Regular line, right? Okay. 578-1007?
Yeah!
That's our phone number, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, just making sure.
And, but I think maybe now they just have it, somebody walking around in the Chucky costume.
I don't know if it's like a shift you get put on, because it's only for like 15 minutes. Like they make announcements and they're like, hey guys, Chucky's going to come out.
Yeah,
the
Chucky
party
wasn't
in
out the
10
whole
minutes.
time. Yeah.
And he comes out and like, we'll do like a dance or sing happy birthday or do like a ticket thing where he like throws tickets on the kid. He makes it rain tickets.
Right. It was a big deal, right?
But he's not out the whole time. So I think I don't know. When my sister calls, we can ask her.
She's here. Hey, Elena. Hey, were you, Mary said that you were a Chuck E. Cheese manager, but you still had to go out in the suit, or? Did you have to clean we were just watching an old 1980s training video. Did you have to spray down the costume and put Lysol on the head and all that? That's what I'm saying. There had to be no way to properly clean that. Yeah. Right. You got to stay silent because the kids would flip out if you're like, hi, guys, I'm Chucky. And then somebody else has a higher pitched voice or. Yeah.
They punch you and stuff?
Right.
Would they like hit you? Beat you up?
Are there more? I know it's a slight advantage, if anything, but were they more focused on having women in the costume because you couldn't get kicked in the balls? That's what I'm saying. Everybody tries to get to the managerial level so they don't have to be in the friggin' costume anymore. Right. You drew the short straw. So did you end up going to different locations because you developed a reputation for being a fantastic mouse? Oh. And you took your resume with you. You're like, guys, I know what's going on here, all right? We can...
And she was pregnant at that time.
You were pregnant while you were in the Chuck E. Cheese costume?
She's a pregnant mouse.
Rat.
Yeah, I can't have ironically, a kid-induced abortion. You can't get kicked in the baby maker by some kindergartners. And yeah. Did you imagine that lawsuit? Spontaneous abortion because you took a kick from a kid in a Chuck E. Cheese costume. Holy mackerel. All right.
Lane, I thought you liked it. I thought you liked being in the suit and like playing with the kids and stuff.
That is lame.
Really lame.
Super lame. Yeah, boy. You would have rather seen their smiling faces outside of the costume, is what you're saying. All right. Mary, is this your OnlyFans sister?
Yes.
How's that going? Were you guys doing couples content? Oh, I see. So now it's solo stuff or what? Okay. Yeah.
Verify.
Right. Well, Mary's got some brand new toys that you might want to avail yourself of. So just talk to.
She used a toy.
I'll let you two figure that out later on, and maybe there could be a collab, maybe a cooperative crossover situation over there on the OnlyFans. And no, you with your foot picks and Elena with her.
No,
okay,
Elena,
listen, thank you for your area of expertise.
Elena, what happened was Mary came to my special taping last month and learned about vibrators, and then it started implementing them into her sex life.
Here we go.
So it was inspired by my comedy.
It was not. She already hung up.
Yeah. I was going to say probably familiar. All right, thank you, Elena. All right, bye. There's Mary's sister, Elena, who's a huge, huge hit on OnlyFans.
Mm-hmm.
And is going to be borrowing Mary's
No, we do not
stuff.
share those. Especially across state lines.
But she's got all the experience spraying out that mouse head with Lysol. Just do that with the vibrators. Just spray them with Lysol.
I did not think you were going to say spraying out that mouse head.
She's got the Lysol and the Formula 409, and she can just...
All kinds.
Sure to feel great.
Of experience spraying things. And now they can't hear the callers on the live stream.
I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
Okay, I got a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192. AlanCoxShow.com is where the pictures fly through the air, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
us and my buds, Mark Sessler and Greg Rosenthal, for news and fresh content all playoffs long. We've been doing this together for over 10 years, and the playoffs always offer up something we've never seen before. Listen to the Around the NFL podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Heed the call.
Presented by T-Mobile for Business. Now is the time for 5G Business.
All right, a couple of weeks away from our return to Boston Mills Brandywine for the 2024 Alan Cox Show Polar Blast Battle, our annual tubing race out there. It's Friday the 23rd. Each one of us, again, captaining a team comprised of you. My team, Coxicles, all set. Putting people on Bill's team this week. What's the name of your team?
Ice Is.
Ice Is. Want to join Ice Is?
Who's going to be ahead? Ice Is.
The event's free. It's open to anyone if you want to come hang with us. We do the race, then we go party in the lodge, hang out, have a good time. Mattitude's going to be spinning. We also have a link if you want to get an all-night tubing pass there, too. WMMS.com has all the details. Caller 10, you will be on Bill's team right now. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Clevelanders are damn proud of their city.
Cleveland!
But come on, you were born here. He moved here.
This is a man that has endured real torture in a foreign setting.
So who's the real hero?
I would hope people would listen to our heroes.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
There's another $1,000 waiting for you here in about 4 or 5 minutes. 3:30 is that next keyword, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. And then 4:30 and 5:30 going to be your last two of the day. So listen closely for all those. A devotion to accuracy, people are telling me Hawaii is 2,400 miles from California and 4,000 miles from Japan. I've never been there, so
Whatever.
Yeah, I don't know.
People are annoying.
Yeah, with her.
Yeah,
Mary
but how far
does
is
not
it
have
from Ohio?
Mary does not have patience for you today.
How far is it from Ohio?
She got a belly full of ribs and sweet potato pie and probably fried okra
No, I don't
and
like
some
okra.
salad. I don't know how far from
Not even her book recommendations?
4,446 miles from Ohio. So it is closer to Japan than Ohio. Suck it. How about that?
No. You said, when I said if we were going to go, we would be leaving from LAX, I thought you said, and I think the audience thought you said it was closer to Japan than California.
I might have said than America, but I meant Ohio.
Than America. You meant
because
Ohio.
Ohio is America.
Well, yes, it
That's
very
not
much
wrong.
is, isn't it?
Not wrong.
Ohio is America. It's why our friend Jim Florentine is coming back to perform. He's going to be back in here tomorrow. He's doing a show at the Winchester in Lakewood on Friday night. So if you're a Jim Florentine fan, he'll be back tomorrow. Haven't seen him in a minute. And you can hit up the Winchester for tickets and all that kind of stuff. There'll be a Poundcake sports break later on today around 5:30, right after your last chance to grab that money from the Buzzard Bookie. A lot of people asking me if I saw the story about the mom of the school shooter there in Michigan getting convicted. I did see that. A lot of people speculating this is going to lead to all kinds of new legislation. Ethan Crumbly is this kid who shot up his school in Oxford, Michigan, Oxford High School. He killed 4 students and wounded 6 other kids, put a teacher in the hospital. And the reason that they tried the parents is because this kid had come to school on a couple of occasions with like a journal full of dark scribblings or something, but he had a gun in his backpack, and the school told the parents to take the kid home, and they didn't. They said he'll be fine. And then when the kid shot up the school, the parents were in the wind. They were hiding somewhere, so they knew exactly what was going on. And Jennifer Crumbly was found guilty. She's the first parent of a school shooter to be tried and found guilty. 4 counts of manslaughter. Now, there's a lot of school shooting cases, obviously, where public opinion goes to what the hell are the parents doing and blah, blah, blah. But there's a lot of situations where, quite honestly, the parents had no clue their kid was going to snap. You know, there aren't always red flags. This was a case where there were nothing but red flags. There didn't seem to be a single green flag in the mix. So there was something salacious about this story, not only just because it was pretty morbid, but because this is the first time that the parents of a school shooter are going on trial. Because they were like, this is Oxford, Michigan, right? There ain't a whole lot going on. And so this kid was clearly desperately in need of some kind of help or attention, and he didn't get it. Parents ignored him, and so he's a mass shooter. Right after Thanksgiving in 2021 is when this happened. And so they put the parents on trial. And there were stories about the mom having sex parties and all this kind of stuff. So no huge shock that this kid was not getting his parents' attention. But she's the first parent in the United States to be charged over a mass school shooting. So for people who, you know, in an odd way, this might end up being a roundabout way. If nobody has a political will to do anything about gun legislation, this might end up being a roundabout way to get people to pay more attention to what's going on with their kid if people start telling them, because I think these parents had been told on a couple of occasions, your kid needs help. Your kid needs attention. And they ignored it. So I think the dad's trial starts next week. He's going to be tried on the same charges, 4 counts of manslaughter, because their kid shot up the school. They said that they made the gun accessible to the kid. They ignored all the trouble that was being caused. You know, he clearly needed help. And, you know, I think when that story first broke, the thing that shocked everybody was the school had called the parents into the school and said, take him home. They found all these violent drawings, and I think that was the day that he ended up having the gun in his backpack, and they didn't take him home. They were like, no, he'll be fine, and the parents sent him back into class. And so the prosecutors are like, you know, this family willfully didn't disclose information that would have been helpful. That the family had a bunch of guns because it's goddamn Michigan. And that this kid clearly needed a lot of help. And so the parents get called in after one of the teachers finds this kid's drawing of the gun and a bullet and somebody bleeding. You know, I mean, this is the kind of stuff you would write in a movie. You know, a picture screaming at anyone with common sense that something's going to happen here. And they were like, nah, he's going to be fine. So they had a meeting with the principal, and they said, no, he can stay here in school. Maybe they had an orgy to get to or something, I don't know. And he had a gun in his backpack that day. He had a 9mm in there. And he shot 11 people and killed 4 of them. So the dad is going to start his trial next week. James Crumbly. And I don't know what the sentencing for this is. I don't know what the mom is looking at. I didn't see anything about that, but I saw that they had found her guilty. And initially, the report was that they were concerned about a mistrial or a hung jury because the jurors weren't initially unanimous. So they must have convinced the holdouts on that jury that this was the way to go. But I'm kind of surprised that they came to this conclusion. Because even though it's such an egregious example of parents that completely ignored the danger that their kid potentially posed, you know, a lot of times it's hard to nail people on that kind of stuff.
Well, yeah, usually it's hard to do it when it's like a cop, not a regular person.
What do you mean?
Well, cops are the ones that usually skate on stuff like this, not regular people.
Oh, I see.
Cops and rich people.
Well, or it's hard to, it seems on its face that it would be hard to get jurors to convict parents of what their kid did. But again, this was such an example.
Well, that's why they
not
had
exactly
to
a slam.
talk everybody into it because, like you said, they were kind of a hung jury for a while, and they're like, come on.
Come on.
Come on.
And then Henry Fonda did a couple of laps around the table and got everybody on board.
What movie did you see?
Forget.
Yeah, it's because you're in a traumatic moment.
Mm-hmm. I've got money. As promised, it's $1,000. It's from the Buzzard bookie. Listen, each and every one of these keywords got money attached to it, so I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bills. That's bills. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Anytime you want to leave us messages, you can do them on the iHeartRadio app, little talkback button there, or you can drop us voicemails. Our after hours line is 216-986-8903.
Hey guys, Dexter and Copley here. You guys talk about Taylor Swift on Monday, and I just don't understand the hate that some people have for her. I mean, she doesn't do anything wrong. She's a good artist. She has a great voice. She plays guitar and piano. She has nice songs. She does a lot of good work registering people to vote. She just happens to be with a prominent football player, and she didn't ask to be shown all over the screen and stuff. Just she loves who she loves, and I don't see anything wrong with Taylor Swift. I think she's a great artist, and I'm glad she won all the Grammys and stuff, and I hope she does well. I'm going to continue to listen to her, and I'm a rock guy. I like Taylor Swift. I'm not here for any Taylor Swift hate. So, get that out of my face. And could you hit the post on State 11 by Fat Kids?
What?
What? State 11 Fat Kids? What?
Dex, I'm sorry, pal. I didn't get the end of that. He always wants me to. I'm always happy to hit posts, but State 11 Fat Kid, if that's what I don't know what that song is. No, listen, the Taylor Swift thing, I think there's some overexposure there, but also I think all of the reasons that he rattled off are the reason why some people don't like her, because people are jealous. They're like, here's a hot billionaire who, a popular girl who's with the guy from the football team. It's a lot of people it's very triggering for people from high school. Why should she have all this? And a lot of people are jealous. A lot of jealousy out there. I don't know. Who cares? She'll be done in a few years, and she'll ride off into the sunset. Once she's gotten an album's worth of material out of Travis Kelce, maybe she'll flip the script.
They're going to get married.
Well, everybody talks about how Taylor Swift, wouldn't have a career if she hadn't had all these horrible breakups, because that's what feeds her, whatever. But that's what's fed artists since time immemorial is breakups and whatever. I mean, Chris Carrabba, the guy's 65 years old. He's still whining about his high school girlfriend. So,
Well, that's why it's important to have new breakups. So you have new material to write about because especially when you get rich, it's hard to maintain relatability, but heartbreak is always relatable.
But that's what I'm saying. She will eventually flip the script because she will find it might be Travis Kelce. She'll have an album about how fantastic everything is.
And it'll be the worst selling album she ever had.
I think you're right.
Honestly.
Yeah. People are like, oh, life's great.
It'll only sell 40 billion copies compared to whatever she's doing or streams.
Yeah. There's a girl on TikTok who's...
She'll only sell out... all the different arenas and stuff 8 times instead of 10 times.
Right. Canadian girl on TikTok. These people are pretty slick trying to keep us Yankees from moving up to Canada and she's talking about how expensive everything is in Canada. And she's showing people the chicken at Costco. Hey, everybody thinks Canada's awesome, but inflation up here is crazy.
This is for anyone thinking of moving to Canada. Our food prices are outrageous. Here we have a pack of drumsticks from Costco, $202 for this pack, or $224 for this one. Moral of the story, don't move here.
Right. Now, those are clearly mislabeled. Chicken in Canada is not $224.
The lady said it's $200. It's got to be $200.
So, but that's pretty slick. That's pretty slick. Hey, listen, they pay more in taxes. That's true because they have universal health care, and everybody up there is happy to do it. Hey, I won't go broke and lying in the gutter because I have a hospital bill. But obviously that was a misprint, but it really blew up. He's like, oh my God. I remember for Gwen's birthday, right before Christmas, she loves the white cake at Heinen's, right? right there in the bakery, nothing fancy, white cake, white frosting. She likes it. So I buy her a half cake because she doesn't want a big deal made out of it, but I know she likes those. So I buy a half cake from Heinen's, and it's $44. And I'm with my daughter, and we go, and I don't even really pay attention to, I didn't see what it was marked. And then when I'm checking out, I got a couple of other things, and it came out to like $65. And I go, what the hell? I look at the lady, and I didn't, Heinen's is more expensive than some other places, so I didn't really think anything of it. And I'm there with my daughter. And we walk back out to the car, and I put her in her seat, and I go, wait a second. And so I'm standing there with the passenger door open because I'm putting the bag in, and I'm looking at the receipt, and it says $44 for this cake. And so I'm standing there, and it's like raining, so it sucks out, and I go, honey, we got to go back inside. I'm like, something's weird here. Because I'm like, could this really be $44? But I'm like, but that can't possibly be true because that would mean that a full cake would be $88, whatever. So I take it up to customer service, and the lady's like, oh, my gosh, she's all apologetic. And, in fact, it was a misprint. She goes, this is supposed to be like $8. Like, that's completely fine. I just wanted to make sure. I said, let the ladies at the bakery know. I don't know if this is the only one. And then what I did before she took it back is.
Threw the cake at the.
I did what?
You threw the cake at the lady?
No.
Oh.
I hadn't even opened it up. What I did was I did a quick TikTok, and I said, hey, Canadians, don't think about coming to the United States.
What the?
Look how expensive our half cakes are.
Are they talking about it on Canadian radio?
They sure are. I mean, they were last December. They were like, holy crap, you see this video of this cake in Ohio? Oh, my gosh. I got a break. You want to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com for everything else. You listen on the iHeart Radio app wherever you are, and we'll be back.
There are many harsh lessons to be learned from the gambling
Make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Stop you!
All right, it's a return of Gary Clark Jr. from Austin, Texas. Great live guitar player. He's a killer. He's coming back to do Jacobs Pavilion on Friday night, May the 24th. If you want to go, you can go to axs.com for the details, or you can win this pair of tickets. Caller 10. These are yours. 2 for Gary Clark Jr. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
These days, you have a million ways to entertain yourself.
Are you not entertained?
This one just puts entertain in air quotes.
I am not entertained.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Oh, Columbus, Ohio. It's such a wonderful city. It's called Columbus, Ohio. It's got a whole lot of people. It's a great, great city. It's the capital of Ohio.
It is.
All of the politicians go to Columbus to run the state.
So educational.
Oh, yeah, it's called Columbus, Ohio.
This guy that does all the songs about the cities.
It's a wonderful metropolis.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's such a good place. You should go downtown, walk around, have some fun. In Columbus, Ohio.
I like how this guy clearly does no research whatsoever. It's quantity over quality, really.
Gets the job done.
But according to him, it's a wonderful, wonderful city.
It is a good city.
And according to a lot of people, Columbus, Ohio is the fastest growing city in the entire United States. They've run a bunch of data on the cities that are getting the largest influx of people, whether they're moving one place to another. The share of the U.S. population in the western part of the country is falling, I think for reasons that are obvious to anyone paying attention. A little bit of a dip in the south, and then they kind of went through city by city, and Columbus, Ohio, way ahead of other cities that are seeing their own population gains. Columbus, Ohio, the fastest growing city in the United States.
As predicted in Ready Player One.
Didn't see that.
It's on Netflix now.
Yeah, I've clicked past it a bunch of times, but
I like the book. The movie it's fun. It's
anybody
a fun
I
movie.
know who has read the book thinks the movie's garbage, and I don't know the book or the movie. So I'm like, I don't know. Maybe I'll get to it.
Both. I don't think the movie's incredible. I like the book more, but they're both just kind of nostalgia vehicles. But it's a good time.
They're nostalgic.
They just put a lot of crap from the 80s and 90s pop culture into
I
it.
see. That's what it is. It's like the Apple Pro Vision goggles.
I mean,
in real life,
pretty much.
Yeah. They showed population sliding in the west and the northeast. There are cities losing population. San Francisco, obviously, has lost huge amounts of their population. L.A. and New York. Our own Mary Santora has added to the population of the New York metro area by 1.
And a cat.
And a cat.
Do they count that?
They don't count cats.
Oh, well, never mind then.
Because, of course, in keeping with just the rules of the universe, cats don't count.
Yeah. We know how you feel.
Chicago losing population, Philly, Tampa, a lot of places in Florida. Listen, whatever's going on in Florida, it's not stopping people from moving there. They're coming to the conclusion that, all right, so some places will be underwater. But until then, going to have a great time. Or it's kind of a free-for-all down there, and that's very attractive to a lot of people. Or you can retire relatively cheaply, I think. But Columbus, Ohio is at the very, very top. And according to that guy, I mean, if you were to just make your moving plans based on a song you heard, I'd be packing up tomorrow. based on that song. He says it's a wonderful, wonderful place. I've only been there a couple of times. I don't know nearly enough about it to be able to form an opinion on it. But Austin, San Antonio, and Vegas are all seeing population gains as well. But congratulations to Columbus. Our own Cody Poundcake Helfer Brown is a very big fan of Columbus, Ohio. And
I'm a big fan of their gay district.
Big fan of their gay district. Short North,
The
right?
art district. The art is short. It's just gay. Like they just want to be.
Art is gay.
They just don't want to say gay. They want to give it extra stuff. It's gay with extra stuff.
Well, not every artist is gay.
But an arts district is normally gay. It's always. You've never been to an art
I think
district.
it's gay friendly.
But it's usually
your favorite, right? You like it when things are just gay friendly.
Yeah, dabbler.
Right.
It's just a dabbler community.
Right. Mm-hmm.
But like I've never been in all the cities I've been to. I've never been to an arts district where there wasn't like a flag and a small business's window.
Well, right, because
like
they're not right because they're friendly to that community.
You don't go to the financial centers like, oh, this is the best gay club in town. You go to the arts district, the gay district.
The best gay club on Wall Street. It's called Ball Street. You're right. You don't see that very often.
They're going down on Jones.
Yeah, it's just
BillSquire.com for upcoming dates.
Yep.
Arts and Entertainment District.
I'll be in Columbus in April.
You will?
Yeah.
This guy says it's a very entertaining city. He thinks it's fantastic.
Columbus, Ohio.
Are you going to walk out to this?
I think I will.
Ohio. It's got a whole lot of people. It's a great, great city. It's the capital of Ohio. All of the party.
Yeah. Well, no, because obviously any arts district is going to be inclusive.
Yep. Arts and entertainment is just shorthand for gay.
Friendly.
No, gay.
Gay friendly.
They usually have the little.
If you ask somebody, where's the gay district, that's probably going to be different than the arts district. Like, there's a Venn diagram, right? Like, all arts districts are probably gay friendly or friendly to the LGBTQIA plus community.
Mm-hmm.
Hope I'm not leaving any consonants out.
You dab when you say the A.
You dab when you say the A?
LGBTQIA.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, when we were in
now
the
that's gay.
When we were in the arts district in Vegas, that's where your gay bars are.
You usually get the little rainbow crosswalks.
Sure. I drank for free all night.
No, you didn't.
I'm sorry?
No, you just had water.
I didn't?
Gays were buying you drinks.
Why is that so unbelievable?
Because I just don't believe you.
Why?
I don't know. I just don't.
It seems inconceivable to you that I would be in a gay bar and people would buy me drinks.
No, I didn't say it was inconceivable.
You said I don't believe you.
Bar. You were probably in a gay bar, but you said you drank free all night. I don't
Yeah.
believe you.
Why?
Because I don't believe you.
Why are you?
I don't know.
Repeating yourself isn't going to give me more information.
I can't tell you why I don't believe you. It's in my spirit to not believe you.
You
so
have
I'm not
no
believing you.
reason. Like when I don't believe someone, I can tell them why I don't believe them. Why would you not believe me? You stayed at the Four Queens, and I don't believe you ran into four gay guys.
No, I didn't. But you saying so gays were buying you drinks. I find that fascinating.
You didn't say you found it fascinating. You said you found it unbelievable.
I said I don't believe you because I really find that fascinating that gay men. It's not even the fact that you're not good looking enough for gay men to buy you drink.
Well, I didn't say anything about good looking. I was curious why you found that statement to be unbelievable. You're the guy who goes to a bar and sips seductively in the corner thinking that guys will come up and buy you drinks.
But I am gay, and you don't give off the vibe of...
You know what vibe I give
buy
off?
me drinks.
I'm standing there in my gold lame hot pants and my neon yellow mesh crop top. And I'm minding my own business. I'm not bothering anybody.
Now that part I don't believe.
This guy telling me what vibes I give off.
Yeah, I just don't. If you're in a gay club, you would be there like attached to Gwen and just.
Well, she is my wife.
But I understand.
But they don't know that.
You don't.
She could be my fruit fly.
No.
Huh.
No.
No.
And this is coming from someone who doesn't have any gaydar. Like, there's people that have been.
Well, then why am I talking to you?
Because I'm on your show and
Why am I listening? Why am I putting any stock in what you believe if you don't have gaydar?
Then don't put stock in it. I told you I don't believe you, and you're the one that can't believe that I can't believe it.
No, I believe it. I'm curious why.
You can't believe that. You can't believe it.
I'm curious why.
I don't know why.
You didn't even let the prospect of it sink in.
No.
You immediately said no way.
Nope, you're for clout.
For clout. What clout are you talking about?
Want the gay validation that you still.
I lived in Boys Town when I first moved back home.
Yeah, but that was a million years ago. I'm saying you now. I think you are seeking the gay validation, and you.
There's no such thing as gay validation. You are looking for gay validation. I'm not looking for I'm not looking for validation from any other person. So in your mind, you go, that's unbelievable because you put everything through the filter of validation from other people.
Well, when guys buy me drinks, they want to smash. So I don't know.
But you're always talking about turning straight guys. So wouldn't that be part of the appeal to them? If he's not giving off the vibe?
If he's there attached to his wife, I don't.
Does that matter?
They don't know. A, it doesn't matter. B, they don't know if she's my wife. I'm there with a hot chick. They don't know what's going on.
Again,
he's dabbling.
When they don't
I'm not standing. Huh?
When gays don't ask, all they have to go off is vibes, and I just feel like your vibe would be off there. Like
then how was I drinking for free all night?
That is your word. I don't know.
You don't take me at my word.
On this,
what does he have to gain by lying about this?
I don't know. Clout.
He said clout.
With who?
I don't know what that means.
The only person that would give him clout is you, and you don't believe him.
Right. So what clout are we talking about?
Again, I don't know. Maybe you just want to think that you still have it and you were drinking free all night.
You talk. All of your thoughts are through the prism of yourself, right? It's projection. Because Poundcake's a Trump guy. It's the exact same thing. It's all projection.
Yes.
I still got it. I got this. I never had it. So I got nothing to have. So I don't know what you mean by clout.
Okay.
What does he mean by clout? You don't even know what you mean.
Clout means you can.
No, I know what clout means. What do you mean by it?
Yeah.
I mean, when you.
Whose am I trying to get?
Validation from the gays. Like,
Why do I need validation from the gays?
I don't know.
What gays? The gays that bought him free drinks months and months ago?
Yeah.
How is he getting validation from them by telling this story on this show? They're not listening.
I don't know that.
He doesn't know that because he doesn't have gaydar by his own admission. He has no idea what's happening.
I mean, I guess every gay has it, but it's way off. Like, I don't have good gaydar.
So let's say you didn't know me and you walked into that club. You wouldn't know where I was coming from. You wouldn't know what vibe I was giving off because you don't have gaydar.
Yeah, but
you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Unless you're obviously gay, I would assume you're straight until proven gay.
Obviously gay. What is obviously gay?
Like overly flamboyant, and it's like there's.
I'll tell you what.
question.
There's a lot of dudes, gay dudes, who are not flamboyant.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Who are not happy hearing you talk about obviously gay guys.
They know they're obviously gay. If they're obviously gay, you know.
No, I'm talking about other people though.
I can't control that.
Yeah. Well, the next time we are in Vegas and I'm at the Phoenix, if you run into me, you better not say anything.
I won't, because I'm looking for validation from other gays. I'm not worried about you. I'm there trying to get my drinks
paid. Validation. Oh, man.
My drinks paid all night. Vegas is expensive. I pay like $18 for a mojito.
You know what the most attractive vibe is that people give off Poundcake? The one that they're not looking for validation from other people. Confidence. Act like you belong there. Act like you've been there before.
Act like you can afford your own drinks, even if you can't.
That's right.
I'll work on that, but in the meantime, I'm going to sip seductively on water soda water and say it's a tonic.
All right.
Vodka.
Well, I think you can do whatever you want to do.
at a circuit party. Me during Pride Month.
What vibe is he giving off with this song?
I don't have a dad.
You do have a dad.
He doesn't have a proud dad?
Yeah, I should say daddy issues. And then foam.
Yeah, and then foam. I was reading about Andrew Dice Clay is joining the new Eddie Murphy movie. Speaking of Vegas, because that's where Dice lives. He had a great show on Showtime a couple years ago, and they only got 2 seasons. Did you watch Dice when it was on?
I watched a little bit of it. He's never been a guy that I can really take a lot of. He's very annoying to me.
I get it, but
He's
I love
not
Dice.
He's not my thing either.
Like his whole, like everything about him just irks me, and it's either like trolling or it's really.
It's all put on.
It all sucks. I hate it, really.
Really?
To me, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I know people like it, but I don't enjoy it.
Well, he had on Showtime, he had a show called Dice, and it was like 2015, 2016. Only got a couple of seasons. Natasha Leggero played his wife, and he's playing himself. They're living in Vegas, and I liked it a lot. He is in the new Eddie Murphy movie called The Pickup. It's a heist movie. And actually, when you see Dice acting in a movie, he's real good. If he just plays a guy, wasn't he in The Star Is Born?
Yeah.
He was in A Star Is Born. He's in Blue Valentine, which I think was a Woody Allen movie. He's real good in stuff when he plays it straight.
Well, when he's in it for like 8 minutes.
But he's good. I mean, I think he's,
much.
if you kind of let him, tell him what you need him to do. But he and Eddie Murphy are doing a film for Amazon called The Pickup. Hey, look at all this money we got. Oh, this cash. Pete Davidson and Keke Palmer also in the cast. How many heist comedies is Eddie Murphy going to do? Did he do Money? What was the one with Matthew Broderick from one of his first movies?
Money Heist?
Money Heist, right? Did he do Money Heist?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Candy Cane Lane. Wasn't that a heist movie?
I don't know. I've never heard of that one.
His Christmas movie he just put out. So it's going to be, they'll drop it on Prime Video when it comes out. Andrew Dice Clay and Eddie Murphy. I guess I'll be the only one around here watching it.
I love a Keke Palmer, though.
What's that?
I love a Keke Palmer, though.
I'm partial to Arnold Palmers. I've never had a Keke Palmer, but they sound delicious. Andrew Dice Clay still will tour occasionally. He was in that Pam and Tommy miniseries, the one they did when Sebastian Stan played Tommy Lee. Nick Offerman was in it. Dice was in that. And so he does things here and there, but he's not for everybody. But again, I was in high school, like when Dice blew up. So that was like straight down the middle of what you were looking for if you were a high school boy, was Andrew Dice Clay. Doesn't hold up well, but it's really not supposed to either. For people who are looking for, pure comedy, it doesn't really hold up. But it was all kind of a bit anyway. But that Dice show that was on Showtime, I liked that a lot. But it didn't last very long. And Natasha Leggero, ironically, never showed her boobs in that show.
What are we doing here?
She waited until she was on stage following Kreischer to do that. And I think we're all the better for it. Alan FM Dice rules. Well, again, he's a very divisive character, right? Not just in the heyday, but in the aftermath, because he really got pigeonholed.
He did it to him. He pigeonholed himself.
Yeah.
It's not like, and that's like, everyone's like, oh, this subversive comedy. No, he did what he did, and it's going to attract a very specific audience, and it's just not me. I never thought it. When I was a little kid, I saw him, and I was like, I just didn't get it because I was a little kid. And then when I watched as an adult, I was like, oh, this is not good.
Well, I always thought it was strange the people who thought Sam Kinison was a genius but didn't like Andrew Dice Clay.
I was just about to bring up Sam Kinison.
Because
I don't really appreciate either of those guys.
I
And
thought-
I know you like them both.
I do. I don't think of them as the same kind of comedian because they were doing two different kinds of things, but kind of to the general public, they were, cast from the same mold. I don't know. So it might be generational. I got a break. I will have more money for you, 4:30. 30 past every hour is when those keywords show up. So second to last chance for you to win some money today is on the way at 4:30. If you want to go to Sonic Temple, they're up to 4 days in mid-May down in Columbus, which I just heard a song. I said that Columbus is an amazing city. And everybody's playing Sonic Temple. So I will have full general admission weekend passes for you coming back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite
call.
Presented by T-Mobile for Business. Now is the time for 5G Business.
It's time to give stuff away.
Oh, man, you want to go to Sonic Temple? It's an arts and music festival. Encompasses all kinds of things. And just about every band you can possibly think of is going to be playing over the course of 4 days now. It's the 16th through the 19th of May at Crew Stadium in Columbus. It's Disturbed and the original Misfits and Pantera and Slipknot and Anthrax and Sleep Token and many, many, many more. SonicTempleFestival.com for all the info. I got general admission weekend stadium passes for you all weekend long for caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Welcome back. Local DJ and all-around female orgasm denier, Alan Cox.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Okay, hey, we got a Poundcake sports break in about 1 hour. We do that on Wednesdays. If you're new to the program, you're about to find out why he was voted best sports talker in Cleveland by the readers of Cleveland Scene magazine in about an hour. And I'll have more money for you here in about 8 minutes. 4:30 is the next chance for you to grab $1,000 courtesy of the Buzzard bookie. Cavaliers tonight, they're in D.C. to play the 9-40 Washington Wizards. Only the Detroit Pistons are worse than the Wizards right now, but they might have a hell of a night tonight. Cavs have won 14 of their last 15 games. Wizards may stop that streak. We'll see what happens tonight.
I'd really like them to not do that.
You don't want them to throw the Wizards a bone?
No.
Well, if the Wizards, they're going to have to live up to their name to make tonight work for them. Thus far, that hasn't been the case. But Cavs Wizards, live from D.C. on your FM home for Cleveland Cavaliers basketball, 100.7 WMMS. 7 o'clock tip-off tonight. 6:30 when we get going is when your pregame will begin. And then the Cavs will be off to Brooklyn to play the Nets right in Mary Santora's backyard.
You.
And then they'll head north of the border to play the Raptors on Saturday before they come back home to host Philly on Monday night. Speaking of Cleveland Scene magazine, my goodness, the news that it was just given to me in the break. I'm so surprised this didn't happen sooner.
Yeah.
They have closed BD's Mongolian Grill in Coventry after nearly 30 years. I don't know if you've been there recently. Holy cow. It was gross.
Yeah, I haven't been there in about 10 years because it was kind of gross then.
It's my dad's favorite restaurant.
BD Mongolian Grill?
Not even joking. That's the only place he ever wanted to go for like birthdays and Father's Day and stuff.
I can't figure out why they can't manage to keep these places open. There used to be when my
because they get so gross because people are shoveling raw meat with a spoon onto their plate, and it's just no way to
right,
keep
but
it
that's
clean.
but that's always been the case, and they were killing it for a long time.
When they could pay people less and keep up with all the, I don't know. I imagine they go through employees all the time.
I mean, there was when my older kids were little. They were growing up in Southwest Michigan, and I was going to visit them all the time. And invariably, we would be having like breakfast at IHOP or something. And right next door was a BD's Mongolian Grill. And one day it just closed. I'm like, why is nobody going to this place? And then around here, I don't know if there were, I'm sure there might have been more at some point. I know there's a couple around Columbus, but the only one I was ever familiar with is the one over in Coventry. And so, like, last time we were there was probably a couple years ago. Gwen and I went to the Tommy Cash show at the Grog Shop, and we went to Mongolian Grill beforehand, and I was like, wow, this place has taken a nosedive. Just in the short period of time, the couple of years between when we were there before, and it was just, I was like, what is going on here? So the Mongolian Grill, since 1992, is closing up shop. They were doing a they'll put up a sign, they'll say, hey, temporary closure for repairs and renovations. Not renovations, but I guess they had a sign up that said they were closed temporarily for repairs. They never reopened. Somebody who worked there said, no, we're closed for good. There are 4 left in Ohio, 2 of which are in the greater Columbus area. But yeah, back in the day, I don't know what they did differently, but it was pretty legit. Like you could go and you'd throw crap into a bowl and you'd throw it to the guy and he'd cook it and it was pretty good. And it wasn't like they had competition. They were kind of the only place doing that, at least at the chain level. There's mom and pop restaurants that'll take a stab at that, but all at once.
I never liked the stuff where I have to choose because I'm not a good cook. So I don't trust what I
That's
like.
That's why I'm here.
I just go.
You do it for me.
I like all these things, but all those things don't go well together. So then you get like a weird concoction. And you're like, oh, I got the wrong sauces, and so I'd rather just have somebody that knows what they're doing make my food for me.
That's why they gave you the handy dandy recipe cards. Hey, do you
but
like
then you get
this?
the pressure because there's people behind you, and you're just trying to
pressure.
I always felt pressure in those situations because I was busy as hell when I would.
Right. But everybody's in the same boat. Like nobody knows what they want, unless you.
I don't know. It was always underwhelming.
Okay.
I'd rather go if I'm doing a birthday, like this Saturday. I'm having dinner with my parents. We're doing hibachi. Hibachi's a good birthday
Love
dinner.
Hibachi.
Yeah, that's always.
You have a little fun because they're flicking broccoli into your mouth and stuff like that now, and
right.
It's a good time.
I always
They got
suggest
that little
hibachi
peeing
too,
thing.
but I feel like we might have over-hibachied it for a minute. We're taking a break from the hibachi.
Oh, you've been hibachiing a lot?
Well,
How many hibachiing have
when
you
we
done?
have, there's a place near us, and so when we have like the in-laws in town or something, it's fun for our daughter. It's great. We can all sit there together, and so I just reflexively go, "Hey, we should go here." And Gwen's like, oh, "We've gone there a lot. Let's figure something else out." I'm like, "Okay, I get it."
Yeah,
it's just the first thing that comes to mind.
I'm like once or twice a year with hibachi.
But they're not shooting sake into your parents' mouths.
No, but they'll shoot water.
Oh, yeah?
Or lemonade. They've given, like, pink lemonade. They do that for the kids.
Out of the little kid that's coming, it's peeing? It's like the little boy fountain?
They
don't have the thing?
They don't do that. That's just for a laugh, but usually it's just a different spray bottle.
Oh.
Like Mary said, with, like, either sake or pink lemonade or something like that.
Where we go, it's got the little kid peeing out the lemonade.
I've seen that, but I've never seen them doing that into somebody's mouth.
That's why it's a little weird, especially if the person into whose mouth they're doing it is 7 years old. But, all right, well, that'll be fun. Just you and the Rents? The three of you?
And my girlfriend, yeah.
And your girlfriend. Is she meeting them for the first time?
Yeah.
Oh, this is a get-to-know-you dinner.
No, actually, I reserved 2 tables.
No.
She sits alone.
And so I'm be running back and forth, being like, oh, I got to go wash my hands. Oh, I forgot my phone in the bathroom. I'll be right back. This is going to be fun.
Well, no, I don't know if she's met them.
No, she hasn't met them.
Not that she's on the other side of the restaurant, but has she met them before was my question.
No.
Okay.
And she'll never meet them again.
So this is the first time they're all meeting each other.
Right.
Wow. Is that a big move?
I don't care.
You don't care?
I don't care.
But you're introducing your girlfriend to your parents.
My 5th girlfriend in 7 years.
Well, do you introduce every one of them to your parents?
I mean, at some point or another, they usually run
you
into
do?
them. Yeah, let's see.
Okay, well, that's why I asked.
I
'cause
think the only one
I don't assume you're introducing every one of these, whatever revolving door you got going on. I don't imagine they're all at some point sitting down with your parents for dinner.
I think the only one that didn't meet them was better, but she did eventually meet them because she was the realtor for my sister when she sold her house.
So she met your parents that way?
That way, yeah.
They know better!
Did they know she was the girl screaming at you on the voicemail?
Yeah.
They go, oh, you're the screaming crazy girl. Oh.
They're always like, we can't believe you put up with Bill no matter what. So, like, it's,
Does that sound like somebody who put up with you?
They know better!
I mean, at that point,
that sounds like somebody who's not putting up with you.
She was trying to get back with me at that moment. So.
Right there?
Yeah. Don't you remember the story?
Vaguely, but I don't understand why she was trying to get back with you.
Because I'm a cat. I don't know. I honestly don't get it either. Women always fall for me real hard, and I
Mary, cover your ears.
No, it's fine.
I don't want you. I don't want you to.
do.
I don't
I know
want
they
you
do.
to
I know
fall
they
prey
do.
to his charms, Mary.
not.
Cover your ears.
Nothing in the world can make me fall prey to those.
She's
I know
trying to
him
warn
entirely
you.
too well.
That girl is trying to warn you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I broke up with her, and then
She said, "You know better than to break up with me, because I'll boil a rabbit in your pot."
then Friday, that was on Wednesday, and then Friday she got drunk and was calling me, and I think I was also drunk, and I was just like, fine, then come over. And then she came over, and I passed out in my bed, and she was trying to get in, and so she started leaving me voicemails. Lots
She
of
thought you were
voicemails.
blowing her off.
Yeah.
Meaning what? You know better than to blow me off?
Yeah, something like that.
Right, because I'll throw a rock through your window? Or
Well, she was throwing like little pebbles to try and get my attention.
Oh, so it was more like a Romeo and Juliet type
Yeah, that's what I'm
situation.
saying, just trying to get
oh,
back. Yeah.
oh, that's sweet. And so did you guys get back together after that?
Oh, we hooked up a few more times, and then there was the time.
Here we go. Let me give away the money. Hold that thought. It's $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Pay. That's pay. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
So we kind of like she kept coming over and hanging out. She let me play the voicemail on the air. Like we talked about that, got consent and everything for that, and we were hanging out for a little bit. And then I was like, hey, I don't want to be in a relationship. And she's like, okay, but can we still see each other? I was like, fine. And then we had a bar crawl over at the East Bank of the Flats. Remember the one?
A show bar crawl?
Yeah. It was the one where we were giving that bike away.
Okay.
So I knew a girl that was staying in the Aloft Hotel that night. And then I was like, okay, so I'm going to go hook up with this girl after the bar crawl. And that'll be fun.
Because you know better girl was like, we're not going to be a thing.
Well, I told her we're not going to be a thing.
You said
But
we're
she
not going
was-
to be a thing.
But she was like, okay, whatever. But then I start getting these Snapchats from like some girl just like adds me on Snapchat, and I'm
This
talking
is how
with
long
her.
ago it was.
This is 2016
Snapchat. Yeah.
So this girl is just sending me these Snapchats, and they're like nudes and stuff like
This
that.
is the girl in the hotel.
No, this is a different girl that I didn't even know. She just added me on Snapchat, and it's like, hey, I like you. I want to hook up with you. And I was like, okay, I'm here. Are you cool with hooking up with me and another girl? And she's like, yeah. And I was like, sweet. That's the situation that I'm in right now. So if you want to come hang out with us, we're in this room at this hotel.
At the hotel, gotcha.
And
This is a girl you didn't even know.
This is a girl I didn't even know.
She finds you on Snapchat and says, because it has like a radius or like Grinder, like
No, I just put my Snapchat name was public. Like, you could find me.
But she was
At Hugo
close
Butt
enough
was
to
it,
you
yeah.
that goes, hey, I've never met you before.
But she knew me from the show or whatever. Like whatever.
But you had never met her.
I had never met her.
Right.
I didn't recognize
She knows
her.
you don't know her.
Yeah, and she just sending me nudes. And then what I realized is she was just sending me her body. I didn't see her face because when she knocked on the door, I opened it up, and it was the ex. And she had catfished me on Snapchat.
It was
And-
the screaming girl?
Yeah, and she goes, I just wanted to see if you were really who this person. I was like,
what?
I was like, yeah, sure am.
What was the point of that?
I don't know. She was just feeling a certain type of way, and she had to. I don't know. That's how she was able to
Are you
move
sure
on.
this was at a bar crawl? Because I
Yeah.
was there for this. I think I had a hotel room too. Was this not at Pride?
No, this was a separate. The bone motorcycle.
It
was
might have
different
been-
than-
No, because I think
No, because
after-
Pride was already done at this point.
Well, after you.
Because this is like because I broke up with her in July, and this is like August. This is a bar crawl.
But what I'm
What
saying
bar-
is,
oh,
I
just
think I
random
remember
bar
this night because you came up to my room after, like you knocked on my door. You're like, you're never gonna believe what just happened.
This wasn't the superhero bar crawl.
No, because that was
Okay.
during the day.
Yeah.
That's the bar crawl that I think the superhero. No, that's a
Because
different
why would you have a hotel room for a bar
You're
crawl?
losing track.
What?
Why would you have a hotel room for a
I
bar
didn't
crawl?
have a hotel room. This girl had a hotel room.
Okay.
He was going to meet her up.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think you had a hotel room because I think your gays had one.
Well, that's the only way. I
Oh
could
no,
possibly-
it was the gays that you used to live with. The second
the second
second tour.
couple.
Yeah, Josh and his and Ron.
Yeah, they were staying in my hotel room. I had a hotel room. That's why.
Okay, all right. Well,
because I know I didn't pay for it.
maybe it wasn't even them. But whatever happened, she knocks on the door. I open the door. I see it's her, and I was like,
Were they pictures of her actual body?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
she's
you
like,
didn't recognize it though.
And she's like, you didn't even recognize it. I'm like, well, I'm looking at it real quick while I'm doing other stuff. Like, I'm not like paying it, and it wasn't. They were like quick. You know how Snapchat has like a countdown. Like I was getting a lot of nudes at that time.
Yeah.
So it's hard to keep it all straight. It's a wild summer.
But I don't understand the point of
summer.
that.
I didn't really. She just wanted to see what I was up to. I guess. Like see how wild I really was.
Right. And so the aftermath of that was she just walked away?
Well, she like tried to come in. I was like, this isn't even my room. You can't, like, I don't think you should come in here. And then I told the other girls, like, hey, I'm gonna, like, it kind of was a vibe killer.
I'm gonna bounce, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I was like, I'm gonna get an Uber and go home. Have a good night.
Wow. So nothing happened. You got catfished by a girl you were dating for no reason, and you go home.
Well, we had a round before she got there. So, like, I still had fun.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
It all worked out.
Yeah.
Okay. That was the last girl to meet your parents.
No.
No, that's the only girl that didn't.
She didn't meet my parents till later, till we reconnected and became friends again.
I see.
And then she was
Mary, you're awfully quiet during this thing.
My ex-wife. Then she
also,
was.
this is not the first time I'm hearing all of this.
She was then my sister's realtor. When
Okay.
She sold her
she's a
house when they
realtor.
moved,
Okay.
Yeah, when she moved to Houston.
Okay. Now, would she send people photos of houses, but just not the roof?
No, she's a very professional realtor. This is before she was even a realtor. When we were dating.
She wasn't a realtor when you were dating.
Right.
Gotcha.
I actually pushed her in that direction. She followed her dream. She was just getting started in realty.
Wait, you had to push her into her dream?
That's right. I inspire people.
In the way that you inspired Mary to start using sex toys in her lovemaking with Brian?
I hate this.
Exactly.
I gotta go. I just got the spot. I gotta leave right now.
Yeah, what happened last night? Your thing got canceled?
Dude, yeah.
What happened?
I got a text. I don't know what happened. I got a text my spot was the show was at 10, and I got a text at like
Where was it?
At the stand.
Oh, okay.
I got a text at like 8:45 that was like, hey, we're not doing a show tonight. It's the 10 p.m. show's canceled. But then I saw on people's social media that they were at the 10 p.m. show.
That was one of your scheduled spots?
Yes.
Your avails.
So, I don't know if they just bumped me off of it or if they had, because Tim Dillon.
Maybe Gaffigan came in.
He did. Jim Gaffigan and Tim Dillon both dropped in. So I'm wondering if maybe they just had a show run long or something. I don't know.
Okay.
But yeah.
All right.
Which was a bummer. But so I stayed in and unpacked a box that was labeled memories that has been moved at least 6 or 7 times.
Gotcha.
And so I was digging through that and got most of my room set up. But yeah, I was bummed. You know, I want to do stand up. That's why I'm here. You know, I don't like shows getting canceled.
Understood.
I thought you moved there for the ribs.
I did not, because the ribs are bad, or at least the ones I had today were. Like
bad
most
ribs.
Like most ribs, but.
You have shows tonight?
I don't. I have one tomorrow.
That mean you're going to be unpacking more memories tonight?
No, I'm pretty much unpacked. I was going to go hang out at, actually, the stand. They're doing auditions for Netflix tonight.
Well, don't look thirsty, Mary.
What? I'm just going to go hang out. I'm probably going to know. I actually don't know if I'm going to know a lot of people there, but they have 2 audition shows that are showcases. So I was like, I figured I would probably know people there.
Mm-hmm.
Just go hang. I haven't been around comics in, over a week because I've been moving everything. So, but I have a set there tomorrow night, too. Or my friend is hosting at New York Comedy Club. I might go there. I don't know. Possibilities.
You got options.
Got options.
Hey, sorry I missed your call. I was just calling you back to.
This is one of your old voicemails, right, Bill?
I love you.
I wish.
And I miss you.
She would have got me back.
And that I know you're done. So when you get this, can you call me back? I love you, and I miss you.
I'm going to break here. If you want to send me a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com for all the other stuff, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere
learn more or start a quote, visit thehartford.com/small business. With insurance designed for your small business, the Bucks got your back.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the buzzard. Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Cox. Cox. Is that with an X? Yes.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Want to text me 35192 to do that? AlanCoxShow.com. If you're watching live, that's where you're doing it. Thanks very much to Bucky Wonkwalk for assisting back there in the video department or wherever they are. It is done mostly remotely. Get to the Poundcake Sports Break on the way closer to 5:30, and your last chance today to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. So listen for those keywords. Cavaliers play tonight. That's a 7 o'clock tip. They are in D.C. They're on the road for a few games. D.C. to play the Wizards tonight at 7. So we'll get going at 6:30, right into your Cavaliers pregame. I saw they're going to start the Guardians home opener late because of the eclipse. They're like, we're not messing around with whatever that day is going to look like because those games, opening day, first pitch is usually around 4:10, but that's going to be about an hour. I guess they're just figuring in case there's an inordinate amount of chaos for whatever reason. Again, it's an eclipse. I don't know why everybody is. I guess you got a plan, but the peak of the eclipse is around 3:13 p.m. And it says it ends at 4:29 p.m. I don't know what that means. It's not going to be an eclipse for an hour and 15 minutes. But anyway, the Guardians have consulted everybody from local authorities to, we've got NASA right here in our backyard. Didn't you work there?
No, I just shopped there.
Oh. NASA right in our backyard, so they were trying to figure out how they should really lay out opening day. And 4:10, I think, is the time that they were going to do it. But they said that they are not going to be doing it before 5:10. So they'll push it by an hour for the Guardians home opener. It will be their 12th game of the season. They have an 11-game road trip because they're doing renovations at Progressive Field. So they're on the road for almost 2 full weeks before they come back. What are the renovations they're doing over there? Have we heard about that?
Yeah, they're putting more bars in, basically.
More bars in?
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
More bars, standing room, kind of.
Oh, seriously?
Like they've changed all the seats out, I believe. I think they're all blue now.
All the seats?
Mm-hmm.
More blue.
I've been watching stuff on Twitter.
Wow.
Renovations.
Oh, I got to get on there.
Looks kind of cool.
Just on the Guardians account?
I forget where I saw it.
It's been on Guardians account. It's been on some Cleveland accounts. I feel like maybe like Scene and Cleveland.com have shared stuff like that.
It was like a montage of like the construction.
By the way, thank you to everybody who, coming to my defense with the whole Poundcake and the gay bar thing. A lot of straight dudes hit me up like, bro, I have gotten so many drinks bought for me.
I'm not talking
Poundcake's
about
bananas.
I wasn't talking about them. They probably can't. I was talking about me knowing you as an individual. I just giving off that vibe in the gay bar. Drinking all night is a wonderful thing. And you get one drink, that's one thing. But another guy comes up to you, is like, oh, let me buy you a drink, sugar. And you get some.
At what point did I imply it was different people?
I don't know.
I don't know why Poundcake doesn't believe that. I'm a very straight man. I used to live in Orlando and work for Disney and would go to Pulse, everyone there rest in peace, and what's known as P House with females that I was hooking up with and gay men buying me drinks for free all night. And I was definitely not giving off a vibe because I was dancing with the female I was with. So it's very believable.
God, Pulse. Remember Pulse? Jesus Christ. Dude was partying at Pulse.
Dude, I love going to gay clubs in other cities. it's for me.
Because you can be whoever you want to be.
Well,
You don't have to be Poundcake.
Well, but I like to be myself because I want to know if I don't rate well here, it's a Cleveland thing, not an international thing. You know what I mean?
I don't know what you mean. What are you so worried about?
It's not. I just want to know how I rate in other cities. Like, I want to know what the buzz is about. Like, if I'm ugly here.
How can you possibly tell how you rate in another city?
Okay, so I'll give an example. When I go to the bars here, everybody pretty much either knows me or knows of me. I'm not a hot commodity. No one cares that I'm on the radio. No, I'm okay looking. Like, I think I'm good looking, but like there's other. I just at a certain point they just kind of avoid me or ignore me because my time has come and passed where I was in my prime. When I go to other cities, they haven't seen me before. They're like, oh, he's cute. He's youngish. I am.
You're not going in with any baggage.
Correct.
But that's got nothing to do with how you look. That's just.
Yes, it is because
no, it's not. That's just a fact of people knowing about you and you not knowing. I mean,
but I'm saying
that would happen to any of us here.
Like, I don't get drinks paid for me here anymore unless it's like a special occasion. When I go to other cities, that's when I get all the drinks because they're like, oh, he's young, he's hot. Like, if I'm ugly here in Cleveland, it's probably just because everyone just knows.
But that's what I'm saying. It's got nothing to do with ugly. It's got to do with either people think, oh, Poundcake makes a lot of money, so he can buy his own drinks.
No
people
one
don't
thinks
know.
I make a lot of money.
I don't know what people think. I still got people I still got people emailing me going, wow, I went to the YouTube channel and just saw you guys for the first time. I'm like, well, the show's been on in Cleveland for goddamn 14 years, so that's fine.
God bless
there are
these
still people who do not know what we look like. So you can never assume that just because this show's been on for a while here, that everybody knows everything. Most people don't know anything.
And people think because we're in show business that we make money.
Mm-hmm. Well, another example would be like when I get on Grindr here. Again, I'm on Grindr periodically here, and I get an okay, buzz. But when I go to other cities, it is like crazy. Like, everyone's trying to get me. Everyone wants to. I'm like, wow. And these are like super hot, like model-looking guys. Now,
isn't that just because there's more people where you're probably going to? Yeah.
But the pool of guys is not only more, but they're hotter. Like, they're better-looking guys. And I was like, oh, I'm in this pool now. These are the type of guys I can get in other cities.
But aren't you not really going out that much in Cleveland?
I mean, I live by a gay bar, so if I get on Grindr, that's why I use Grindr as the example. Like, you can be seen without actually going out.
Right, but then you use an example of you going to a club.
But the times that I have gone out, I go out, on occasion, but I'm not in the clubs like I was every weekend when I was in my 20s.
You got to get back out there.
Nobody got money for that because I'm not getting my drinks paid for
You
anymore. No, those days are long
right.
gone. Now, not only do I not get my drinks paid for, people expect me to pay for their drinks. And I'm like, oh, I'm super old now. Like the twinks that are dancing with their shirt off and they're flirting with me. I was like, I know what you're doing. I was doing exactly what you were doing 5 years ago.
So if you were somebody of means, if you were somebody that was making a pretty good nut, would you be buying those dudes drinks?
Absolutely. Pass the torch.
You would.
It's my turn.
Pass the torch.
That's what I've learned. It's my turn.
He's an elder statesman now is what he's saying.
I'm a few years from vintage D. It is my turn to do that.
What's the cutoff point? What's the minimum age? I mean, in gay years, I would think 29 would be vintage D.
35 is vintage D. I'm
35,
just an
okay.
older gay now, but 35 is like.
Well, you'll be dead by then, according to the Ouija boards. You won't have to worry about it.
Great, but yeah, 35 I think is at the point where people start calling you daddy. You start to get the grays. You start to, you can 35 to 40 is you can start to see your transformation into older age.
You have any gray pubes yet?
No, I don't have any gray hairs. Fingers crossed.
Oh, really? Oh, good for you.
Oh, I don't have any gray hairs.
I don't know. So I mean, my mom started going gray when she was 18, and so I think I
feel like
I started going gray in college.
Your early 30s are just like an extension of your 20s. Like, you still kind of look like you're in your 20s, but you're not.
Well, if you're taking care of yourself.
Outside, you look like you could still be in your 20s.
A lot of people, as soon as they get out of college, they depending on if people get married, a lot of people just let themselves go.
Sure, but I'm just saying, like, gays as an example, or like, they can't drink the same way. Like, I cannot drink the same way I did in college. Like, my hangovers are awful
If you believe
now.
in it,
You could
believe in
try.
yourself.
You're just not trying hard enough.
Right.
No, I'm a lightweight. Like
See if Mary will give you some lessons.
Yeah.
Just don't stop. You don't get hungover if you don't. If you,
If you never
don't
stop
You're
drinking.
never sober.
Yeah.
You'd be fine.
I like.
You even thought about that?
No.
He comes in here hungover every day. I just got up at noon, and now I'm here.
I got up at noon today. Not noon.
You got up at noon?
Not noon, but I got up late. I have not been sleeping. I had a lot of good sleep, and then the past 2 weeks, just no good sleep.
Huh.
It's annoying.
You're nervous about the girlfriend meeting the parents?
No, I didn't even find out about that till today.
Wait a second.
She told you.
She told. Wait, you didn't find out about it until today?
I forgot that I had made plans with my parents, and then my mom texted me today, and she goes,
she's
"Hey,
she's fifth wheeling it.
well, fourth wheel."
It's a double date.
Well, but he didn't know that until this morning.
Well, because I forgot about it.
Oh, it was set up
So-
and you forgot.
So my mom's like, "Hey, let me know where you want to go to dinner," and I was like, "Oh yeah, I forgot I was gonna go out to dinner with my parents this weekend because I'm gonna be out of town next weekend."
Yeah.
So then I was like, I should probably let her know that we're gonna go meet, have dinner with my parents.
Oh,
And she's
you
like,
said,
"Okay,
"Hey, I have plans with my parents. FYI, you're coming with me."
if you want to."
If you want to, she said, "Yes, I'd like to meet your parents."
Yeah.
Now, do you tell mom and dad it's not just going to be me? I mean, maybe they
Yeah,
want to
know.
spend
Yeah,
some
I
time, quality time with little Billy. Did you ask him?
Yeah, I told her.
You go, "Hey, I'm bringing."
I'm like, it's gonna be me and my girlfriend and you guys.
And they said, what'd they say?
Okay, can't wait to meet her.
Right. They're being nice.
Yeah, why wouldn't they?
No, I don't know. I'm
And
just,
then
you
they're
know.
like, oh no. I hope
Well,
this
no,
one stays."
sometimes,
they
you know, I don't know how forthcoming your parents are. I mean, some people they're like, "Well, we're hoping to hang out with you."
My dynamic with my parents is like nice neighbors that you don't want to, you just like keep things very light and nice.
They're just happy to see you.
Right. Like
Whatever comes with that is fine.
And I'm always happy to see them.
Yep.
And I don't talk to them very often, but it's always nice and it's pleasant. And that's
Was it your mom's suggestion that you have dinner with them?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think I've got a text from my dad in like 6 years.
Right.
And it's not anything, he just doesn't text a lot. He's not really a text guy.
Mary, remember when we used to get texts from our dads?
That would be nice.
It'd be
Guys,
great to get a text
I haven't
from
got
our
a
dad.
text from my dad in 6 years. That's longer than both of you.
Do you have?
That's actually true.
I know, right?
So shut up.
Oh, this is your father speaking from the Alexa.
What, Cody?
Mary, do you have the last text from your father like pinned or something, or are you gonna like frame it or something?
You know what is really funny? I actually just unpinned his conversation like 2 days ago because it was on iPhones. You can have like 9 conversations pinned at the top, and I had his up there until literally until my roommate moved in because her and I are texting so much that it was becoming a pain in the ass to go through all my messages to try to find her. And all 8 of the other ones I use on a regular basis. So I literally just unpinned my dad's text messages like 2 days ago.
Well, this is probably a message from him saying to repin it.
No, I'm not going to do that. It makes me sad because my dad, not to bring the show down, my dad was in the hospital during peak COVID. So our last couple texts were not, like, we couldn't go see him.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? So our last couple texts were not very good texts. So it's actually probably better that it's not right there for me to look at all the time.
I guess so. If you listen to us, this show on iHeartRadio from out of state, make sure I'm up to date with our map back here. Tell me where you are. Lucas listens in Portland, Maine. Ken's in Albuquerque. Liz is in Boynton Beach, Florida. Boynton. Krista's in San Antonio. We have a handful of bureau chiefs in the great state of Florida, specifically in Tallahassee, up there in the Panhandle. And they have a state rep, a guy named Jason Schoaf. And he wants to pass this legislation that would let people use lethal force on bears without a hunting permit. And he's got a very specific reason. And I'm wondering...
Did a bear bang his wife?
I'm wondering if he's under a particular misapprehension when he was addressing the body here.
You have heard it time and time again that bears are shy and scared and they're timid. They stay away. That's true. Those aren't the bears we're talking about in this bill. We're talking about the ones that are on crack, and they break your door down, and they're standing in your living room growling and tearing your house apart. So when you run into one of these crack bears, you should be able to shoot it, period.
Does he think Cocaine Bear was a documentary? What is he talking about? Now, again,
Does he think that if a bear breaks into your house, you can't use force?
I was gonna say,
Well, there are a lot of laws, and there are a lot of laws that protect animals from people just shooting them in the face. Like
right,
that.
but if they're breaking into your house, I feel like you have every right to defend yourself.
But are crack bears a thing in Florida? I mean, that has
Probably
to be
meth bears. I don't know about crack bears.
That has to be a legitimate question.
Are there
now.
even that many bears in Florida? I don't.
There's
think
a lot.
There's
4,000 plus. There's over 4,000 black bears in the state of Florida.
I had no idea.
Cool.
Hey, man, meth ain't that bad.
South Park called this, by the way. They already did an episode on this. It was Jimbo and Ned, and they were saying, if you want to shoot something wild, all you got to do is say, oh, no, it's coming right for us, and then you shoot it. So that's all you got to do. Yell out loud, oh, no, it's coming right for us.
Yeah.
And then...
I just got a text from my dad. Here's a text, love you.
Oh, he's listening. Hey, there you go.
You screwed it up, Dad. I had
see?
something to hold over these guys' heads. I also looked in it. His last text was like from July and stuff like that.
Oh, guess what, Mary?
Years.
Yeah.
Well,
it sounds like Bill's having regular text conversations
Weird.
with his dad.
Well,
must be nice.
It is.
Must be nice.
I love my dad.
Must be
You
nice.
say that now
And he
'cause
says
no
text
one's
from mom or a
listening.
text from me too. So there you go.
That is a dad thing to say. Those texts are from both of us.
Right.
Whatever your mother
You
says.
need to like text me on my birthday.
cosign.
Like we're gonna have a good dinner on.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good time.
Now, I bet by listening to the program, just happening to tune in, I bet your dad just now found out that he's having dinner with your girlfriend.
That's probably true.
Mm-hmm. Because you and your mom are talking about it, and she's like, oh, okay, great. We'll see you then. Is your girlfriend nervous?
I mean, she's always nervous. She's a millennial. They all got anxiety.
Is that a millennial thing?
She's always nervous because she's a millennial? Was she 40?
No, she's 36.
Oh, is that millennial?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I'm a millennial.
Yeah, but you're like 41 or something,
I'm
right?
42.
42?
Yeah.
Oh.
Getting up
Okay.
there.
Well, then this is going to add. Now, what are the chances?
No, she's not nervous.
What are the chances that she'll go, hey, I can't make it? She'll bail.
Pretty low.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because, yeah, I would say pretty low.
People are telling me Cocaine Bear is based on a true story. I did not know that. Well, yeah, I guess I did, but I haven't seen the movie. I know the story was true, but they really exploded it for the movie, right? Like they made it like a friggin' cartoon practically. So I know that there was a bear that died because it ate a bunch of cocaine, but I didn't think it was like tearing through the forest and killing people like that movie. But that guy sounds like he thinks, well,
They
maybe.
might be in Florida, dude. What do we know?
Well, crack bears are different than cocaine bears, though.
How do they like the...
That's why they're talking. That's
where
why
they get the lighter. Like
right, the pipe.
Oh,
They got that Glass D. Jones, son.
Listen, I don't think bears should do crack. But if I saw a video of a bear smoking crack, I would think it's cute and probably share it to 4 or 5 of my friends.
Guys, you are never going to believe what I saw. It was a bear doing crack in the woods. That'll be the new saying in Florida. Are you serious? Does a bear do crack in the woods?
Those are videos.
Yes, I'm serious.
I see bear videos, like cute ones. I have like a few friends I send them to, and it's just like, if I ever met a bear, I'd probably die because I'd be like, that bear wants to be my friend. Bears are so cute.
Yeah.
Even when they're being mean, they're kind of cute.
Well, this guy wants to make sure that people can shoot crack bears on site. And again, bears are
shoot
nothing.
Crack with bears or shoot?
No, shoot crack bears, I guess. But bears are nothing to trifle with either. I mean, whether or not you've seen Grizzly
Trifling
Man,
ass bears.
trifling ass bitches and bears. Alan, if your mom can find you a new dad, you could text your new dad. You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. Crack bears are who's buying Poundcake drinks. What do you think about that, Poundcake?
I wouldn't deny it. It's
some
free.
crack bears hitting you up. Poundcake needs to become a regular at his local gay club. In different cities, people are naturally curious about a new face. It doesn't have to do with his looks.
But they don't know that I'm new. I get on Grindr like everybody else. I don't say new to town. There are people that
Again,
do
you
that.
keep throwing it back and forth between Grindr. People are saying, like, go out in real life more.
I'm a regular. Like, again, there's only so many gay bars in town. They know me.
They do know him.
The only one I don't...
He is a very prominent gay.
I would say the only one I don't really frequent like that is, like, cocktails. I've gone to cocktails, like...
Love cocktails.
Once or twice. I'm just afraid. I'm afraid to park my car down there.
Oh, in that neighborhood?
So
yeah.
I don't go.
No, you got to Uber to cocktails.
Yeah, I don't go. Ever since then, I got PTSD. I don't drive my car over there. But everywhere else, I'll pop
Hang out at the Coudell Commons. All right, I got to take a break. We'll get to that Poundcake sports break on the way at 5:30. And right before that is going to be the last chance for you to grab $1,000, that next keyword on the way, to get you that money courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Tonight, mostly cloudy down to 35. Tomorrow, partly sunny, high 58. Friday, mostly cloudy, high 62.
This report is sponsored by
for his team.
And many more. The free iHeartRadio app and the NFL, getting you the insight and behind-the-scenes stories you need for the big game. Just open the free iHeartRadio app and search NFL and listen now. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
It's time to give stuff away. Hey, hey, it's free stuff for you.
I want to go see Train and REO Speedwagon with special guest Yacht Rock Review. The whole tour comes to Cleveland in July, Monday the 15th, out at Blossom. I think it's Train and REO doing a co-headlining thing. Maybe they go back and forth city to city. Who knows? But if that's your vibe, LiveNation.com has got the details for you. Train, REO, and Yacht Rock Review. Caller 10. You got a pair right here. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Are the days getting longer? Or does this show just make it feel that way?
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Days are getting longer, by the way. It was actually nice to see some dusk on my way home last night. Usually pitch black when we get out. Happy to see some of the strains sunlight on the way home. I got your last shot to grab some money here in about 9 minutes. 5:30 is going to be your last keyword of the day to get that money from $1,000 in the Buzzard bookie. And then we'll get right into this week's Poundcake Sports Break. Jim Florentine back in the room tomorrow. He is doing the Winchester in Lakewood on Friday night. So he'll join us tomorrow in the 4 o'clock hour. Next week on the show, I will have passes for you for a whole lot of stuff coming through. Cleveland Auto Show is back at the 9 Center. I think I'm reading that properly. That is weekend after next, I think, at the IX Center. 23rd through March 3rd. Want to go to a Cleveland Charge game. They're going to be playing the what? G League team for the Washington Wizards is the Capital City Go-Go. Yes. Cavs playing the Wizards tonight. Charge will play the Go-Go on Friday, February 23rd. That'll be the same evening as our Polar Blast battle. Maybe you don't want to slide down a frozen hill with us. You'd rather go see some basketball. I'll have tickets for you for that Creed reunion tour. MMS presents the Are You Ready tour. That's with Three Doors Down and Mammoth WVH. That's Wolfie Van Halen. That is going to happen November 22 at the Romo Fijo. We're going to put people on Mary's Polar Blast team next week. Snow Babies. And our metal show, 2 hours to midnight, is presenting the Mastodon Lamb of God show here in Cleveland as well. That is August 9th at Jacobs Pavilion. I'll have tickets for you all next week for that show as well.
There's a pretty cool announcement in the Cleveland comedy community, too.
Is this having to do with either you or Mary Lynn Santora?
No, it's just about the community.
Yep.
So for 8 years, there's been a roast battle show in Cleveland branded Ad Hominem Attack Show, and they have just been picked up by the official Roast Battle League. That's like an international competition, so now they'll be known as Roast Battle Cleveland, which is really cool. Because
so how does that work?
So there's divisions. There in America, there's Austin, Bay Area, Denver, and Los Angeles. That's the West Division. Then there's the American East Division, Atlanta, Chicago, Cleveland, and New York City. And then international, there's Barcelona, Montreal, Scotland, and Toronto.
Is it the same comics every time or no?
No. Well, there's comics from all over the world competing, and then they have a tournament that leads to somebody being like crowned as the roast battle champion. It's really legit. And
good for them.
Yeah, it's really, really cool. And so Jeremy Shear and Chris Paw and a few other people worked really hard over the years, and there's not like a ton of people in this, so it's like a really big achievement.
What is the big payoff?
Money?
Is it money?
Yeah.
Like if you're the top, and the accolades go to the city, yeah. So like they would say
you
Cleveland
hold the title,
is the best.
Yeah, and then the person. I mean, it's a lot of exposure too, because these championships are from like huge, and like the roast battle. Let me see what the.
Where does it happen in Cleveland? Same place all the time, or is
they do it at a bar called Spotlight?
Okay.
Spotlight Cleveland. And like roast battle, the Instagram alone has almost 200,000 followers, and then I think they have a huge YouTube channel, and they've been associated with Comedy Central and all sorts of different like television events and stuff like that. So it's pretty legit.
Cool.
So for Cleveland to be involved in that's really, really cool. And we have some comedians in the city that are really good at roasting. Like that's never been my thing, but some of these guys are really good at it.
I'm pretty good at it. I don't like doing it. It feels mean. I feel like everyone goes into it like, oh, it's all just a joke. It's all just a comedy show. But I feel like people take it more personally than that. So I've never really enjoyed it. And that's not a style of joke I write often. So I always have a really good time and feel like I do a very good job whenever I've done roasts.
It's also a hard thing to do for. You have to be like familiar with the people being roasted.
That's why I always felt like I was at a disadvantage, because when I would, like, I've done a few roast battles and it was me versus people that didn't know as much. So like I have to like do a backstory. I'm like, this is why this joke will be funny in a moment. Whereas they really can just say stuff about me, because even if you don't know exactly who I am, there's enough general knowledge about me out there that people will be like, oh yeah, I've heard about that within the scene.
Right, because otherwise nothing's gonna land.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
like I can write like decent roast jokes, but it's also like I don't like Mary said, the meanness of it. But the people that are good at it are like that's like their skill.
Sure.
And they're talented.
The way that I actually got offered my first album deal, Helium Comedy Clubs over the pandemic did a thing called the Coast to Coast Roast, where you roasted the city. So it was me and Mike Paramore were representatives from Cleveland, right? And it was like 32 cities, and they did it, can I say that?
Yeah, like March Madness, like a bracket.
March Madness style. Yeah, they did it that way. And so you didn't roast the comics, you roasted the city. So we would roast like the city of Detroit or like the city of Minneapolis, whatever. And I actually didn't know anybody at Helium. And then after they saw me, because we made it to the Final Four.
Oh, I remember you had to like study Minneapolis or something.
Yeah, I had to study all these cities. But we made it to the Final Four. And after that is when they offered me to do my album for me, because they were like, hey, you're really funny, let's see what else you can do.
But even that's what I'm saying. Like, if you were like, you're going to roast Detroit, your brain can go places. But they're like, oh, Minneapolis.
Yeah.
Like, unless it's somebody from
right,
what's a roast from Minneapolis?
The Mall of America, more single.
Pretty much.
Right. Yeah. Well, it's definitely a skill. Well, good for them.
No, but it's very cool for the city, and we'll give comics exposure.
When is like the championship thing?
So their next, the contest that they had going, I don't know if that gets grandfathered in or what, but they have a finals for their tournament that's been going February 17th at Spotlight.
Okay.
So, and then and I think the winner of that will participate in some sort of competition for these other roast battles.
Oh my. Okay. Well, congratulations to everyone involved. Well, you'll probably end up doing roasts there, Mary, at some point, right?
I mean, I'll do anything.
Yeah.
I just want to get on stage and for people to know that I'm here and that I'm funny.
Yep.
So
we're here. We're serious about doing stand-up in New York.
We're trying.
Uh-huh. All right. Well, Mary will be performing tonight.
Yeah, it's a bar show. I just wanted to get on stage. I haven't been, because I've been moving for the last couple weeks, so a girlfriend of mine texted me, was like, hey, my buddy runs a show. Do you want to grab a
Will
spot?
you have to get up on the bar?
I don't think so, although I have never been to this show before.
It's not stand-up at Coyote Ugly?
Maybe.
Oh, okay.
The bar is not called Coyote Ugly, but we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows?
All right. Well, congratulations.
Thanks.
That's
it's
exciting.
Unpaid. So
Yeah, but what you get paid in
like I
exposure,
said,
Mary.
I'm just trying to meet people.
You can pay your
and-
rent with exposure.
Can
Oh,
you?
What are you worried about? Yes.
Yeah, I should hit up my landlords. and
Hit
be
up
like,
that
"Hey, what do you
exposure
guys think-
ATM and see how much is in there.
What do you guys think about exposure as I'll Venmo you my exposure.
I will say
if that's okay.
you're doing a good job at exposing like your apartment. Like it's coming together nicely.
It's so cute. My roommate, she got the flu the first day she was here. She got real sick. But she was feeling better today, so she hung up she brought like the artwork for the living room. So she said she hung all that up today. My bedroom's pretty much done. Yeah, it's really coming together. It's very cute.
Yeah, it looks homey.
Yeah.
Did
It
you hang
feels
up your
homey.
Christmas lights?
I did.
Did you have to get a file cabinet for all your sex toys?
I have 2 sex toys, and they're both vibrators. I do not understand why.
They don't have one of them doesn't have a shoulder strap on it? Oh. I pictured it looking like a leaf blower.
No. Unbelievable. Give away the money. What are you doing?
Anyway,
I will. It's
You're welcome.
$1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. Last one today. We'll start back up again tomorrow morning. And then we'll do the Poundcake Sports Break. So listen closely and good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Grand. That's grand. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Play ball!
This is a Poundcake Sports Break.
In the headlines today, cue the Family Matters theme song. The Mahomes are at it again. This time it's not Jackson Mahomes, it's dear old dad, Patrick Mahomes Sr. Do they refer to him as Patrick Mahomes Sr. or do they just call him Pat Mahomes?
I think just Pat Mahomes.
Okay. Well, he was pulled over and arrested Saturday for a DWI. When Pat was asked if he had anything to drink, he said a few beers while watching a game at a local bar. So at least he's honest. But if that wasn't bad enough, he also had an open 16-ounce can of Coors in his center console. So this is his third DWI, and I think according to Texas law, if he's convicted, he could face up to 10 years in prison. Texas does not play about driving under the influence. So you know his son, Patrick, is doing press right now for the... Can I say the Super Bowl, or do I have to say the big game?
No, Super Bowl.
Okay, Super Bowl. So when asked, here's what he had to say.
Say again? Yeah, he's doing good. Don't really want to get into it too much, but he's doing good for whatever the situation is. Say that again? What? I can't say that one more time. It's a family matter, so I'll just keep it to the family, and that's all I really have to say at this point.
What is this, Fast and Furious? For the family, you know?
Yeah, that's what it is. Oh, hold on. Go ahead.
I was going to say, this just took a turn. It
sorry.
was just a nice little press conference. But look at him standing on business defending dad. That's right, Patrick. As days go by, it's the bigger love of the family. Also, speaking of Super Bowl, speaking of family, there's potentially a lot of family members being made over Super Bowl weekend. If you leave it to the horrors of Las Vegas, and I'm not being disrespectful, again, they're professionals. And allegedly, the ladies are offering a sextravaganza for free. Yuck. Where is the mystery? I know you're hoes, but have some self-respect. These are rich athletes you're dealing with. Why are y'all trying to get ran through for free? At any rate, the Chicken Ranch also offers several amenities. One of the chicken heads said, I don't know if that's their official name, but I'm going to call him Chicken Head. If any player would like to invite his wife or girlfriend, many of the ladies specialize in threesomes, orgies, and swinger sessions. All guests, male and female, are welcome to participate. Again, I think this is just directed towards the athletes for free. How can a pimp make money like that? It's so much easier nowadays to be a hoe, but it's so much harder to be a pimp. And lastly, Supercross rider Cameron McAdoo always goes balls to the wall. But in this case, it's all balls out. He suffered, I hate to call it a wardrobe malfunction, but a pileup on the track caused for an accidental genital exposure. His clackers were on full display for the duration of the race. Glory be to God. Here's Cameron talking about the whole ordeal.
Oh, hold on, let me find.
We're back chilling in the hotel room. I had an interesting day. Struggled with some stuff in practice and was just kind of trying to work into things, and got a heat race win, which was nice after that, like after struggling with so much in practice, but got a heat win, and then was kind of victim to some carnage off the start. I shouldn't say victim. I guess was involved in a big pileup off the start, and my bike was hooked together with actually my teammate's bike for probably a whole lap, just over a whole lap before we got our bikes back up. And as I'm sure everyone that's watching this by now already knows, I took a handlebar to the front of my pants and ripped like the entire front of my pants completely wide open. So
hold this.
I raced the entire main with everything out. So that was interesting, painful, but that's what we were working with. Yep. So yeah, ended up, I don't even know, I think 15th or something. We were locked down by the time I got going, but
What a weird looking dude.
I thought he was rather decent. Skeleton face white.
That is
I know,
Cody's
all right,
type,
all right.
yes, 100%.
I was gonna say I thought he was rather decent looking, but I thought in my mind decent looking is not good looking, but decent. Okay, but whatever. That sucks, but I'm not surprised he finished 15th because with that extra kickstand and 2 counterweights exposed, I'm sure it didn't make him very aerodynamic. But my suggestion would be to auction off those holy underwear. Do you know how much those would go for? I guarantee you he's going to make way more than what his sponsor is paying. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes this Poundcake Sports Break.
Look at the guy's face.
I don't think he's bad looking.
He looks like a cartoon character or something. He's got those weird trimmed eyebrows, and he's got the 5 head and the...
But his skin is so smooth.
I know, right? He looks like he's made out of wax. I couldn't believe there was a girl in there with him. I thought for sure the dude was gay. I figured that's why Poundcake was way into him.
Well, no, I'm into him because I Googled the uncensored photos because I thought it was just his balls exposed.
And I forgot, like they said, I forgot about your skeleton face white boys.
Listen.
What? You said that's what you like.
People say that that's what I like, but that's just what you guys just won't leave me alone. You skeleton
Because you
white
keep
boys.
proving us right.
But you said you like that.
Yeah.
I have been victim in the past, yes.
Yeah.
Victim.
Y'all, I'm just surrounded by y'all. Y'all just keep throwing it at me, and I just can't help
You
myself.
keep telling us who you find attractive, and they keep being that type.
Well, whatever.
I don't think I realized that Pat Mahomes' dad's name was Patrick. I just saw the headline that his dad got busted again. His dad likes to drink.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you know.
Patrick's a very popular name, especially amongst people with like a Mahomes last name or McKittrick or McGroin.
Patrick McGroin. I got you.
Yeah.
Pat McGroin?
Our, I don't know if I should say his whole name. I don't know if he works for the school district anymore. What do you guys think?
No, don't say his full name.
I don't care.
Well, no, you have to.
Is he a public figure?
He worked for the school when I was in high school.
Okay.
Well, his name was, I mean, it's nothing bad that he did. His name was Pat Hunt, Mr. Hunt.
Yeah.
And everybody joked that his middle name was
Michael.
Mhm.
Yeah, right.
So that's what we would all.
Oh, I had a
behind
friend
his
in
back,
high
like,
school whose name was
snickering.
Michael Hunt.
Really?
Yes, and
Well, but his
for
is
whatever
Pat-
reason, nobody was making fun of it. So I don't know if maybe that hadn't gotten to my school in 1985.
Well, his
or...
name would have been Pat Mike Hunt.
Right. Pat Mike
Hunt.
The space is very important. When you
There's
say
a lot
it.
of space in there.
lot of
Drive a
bars.
car through that space. Yeah, but Mahomes' dad, they said he's been booked 11 times since 2009 on DWI in Texas.
11?
That is a guy who likes to drink and can't. Nobody has taken his keys.
He has a problem.
And Mahomes' brother, my thing is any opportunity that they give Pat Mahomes to talk is a net negative. That dude should. I feel
sounds
bad
so
for him
bad.
every time he has to talk.
That's a family matter.
Voice is just the worst. They got
Not a
him
sexy voice.
doing State Farm commercials.
That's a matter between me and my family.
Imagine
That's Ray Romano playing Pat Mahomes in the movie of the Super
have
Bowl.
a similar thing going.
Was he the guy last year that said, when they asked you when you win the Super Bowl, like, what are you going to do next? He's like, I'm going to Disney World. Like, was he the one to do that?
Probably.
I'm going to Disney World. I'm going to Disneyland.
I wasn't sure if you were going to have the Brock Purdy press conference in the sports break. Brock Purdy, who, of course, is the quarterback for the 49ers in the Super Bowl. And holy cow, their return on investment on Brock Purdy is unbelievable. This guy, he's Mr. Irrelevant in the draft, and now he's a quarterback in the Super Bowl, but he's making the least amount of money by far than any quarterback in the NFL. The entire season, he's making $870,000, where like Lamar Jackson makes $80 million a year. But people at this press conference were asking Brock Purdy, like, what's your response to people saying that you look like Lee Harvey Oswald? He's like,
he is
who
Purdy.
made that connection?
You and Lee Harvey Oswald circling around the internet right now. People think you two look alike. Did you ever hear that before?
I haven't. That's my first time hearing it. Yeah.
What do you think about that comparison?
And it's funny because the headlines were like, Brock Purdy gets upset when somebody met. I go, this guy doesn't know who Lee Harvey Oswald is. I guarantee that's the case.
It's really just like the hair.
Yeah, it would never have occurred to me, but they're like, ooh, he doesn't like that. No, he doesn't know who you're talking about, and he's trying to be a cool guy about it. Dude was born in 1999. If you go, because he's not going to go, who's Lee Harvey Oswald? Mm-hmm. You know who that is, right, Cody?
The man who shot someone.
The man who shot someone.
Man, he was almost there.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what I'm talking about.
Which
like
someone?
He shot, Lee Harvey Oswald shot,
we just talked about it earlier in the show.
He shot George.
Nope.
Nope. Not when the Beatles. He was the president.
No.
Was it the president?
As a president, yeah.
Who was the president when the Beatles were on Ed Sullivan?
A life.
Actually, he wasn't.
Yeah, that's
he
why we
wasn't
talked
anymore.
about it, yeah.
That's when we talked about it in conjunction with that.
He didn't shoot Kennedy.
Yeah, he did. He killed JFK. Yeah.
I was thinking. I don't know why I thought it was.
Allegedly. Yeah, but again, Brock Purdy probably doesn't even know who that is. Not everybody knows who everybody. I was born in 1971, right? And if somebody so Kennedy killed in 63, Brock Purdy's born in 1999. That's 36 years.
Who shot Reagan?
Hinckley.
Okay.
If somebody said I look like somebody 36 years before I was born, I don't know that I'd know what they were talking about.
And especially,
hey, you look like Frank Barker.
And also,
okay.
Like, I know who Lee Harvey Oswald is, but I don't have his face like burned into my mind that I could see Brock Purdy and be like, that's a dead ringer.
Right. I don't know how anybody landed on that for Brock Purdy. They're probably just trying to come up with stuff to talk about to Brock Purdy other than, oh, so you're in the Super Bowl.
So you're the last pick, huh?
Yeah. So I'm going to take a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192. If you're listening on the iHeartRadio app, you can drop messages there, and we'll be back.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Gina Carano is suing Disney, claiming she was fired from the Mandalorian TV show back in 2021 for her conservative posts on social media. She wants either millions of dollars or a starring role in an upcoming Disney project. I don't
sacrifice babies and melt those babies into candles.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
I'm bored. I'm the chairman of the board. I'm a lengthy monologue. I'm living like a dog. I'm bored. Bore myself to sleep at night. I bore myself in broad daylight because I'm bored. Just another slimy bore.
Alan, you guys were talking about the Super Bowl. Did you know that all of the footballs are made out in Ada, Ohio? I don't know that I knew that.
I didn't know that.
Where is Ada, Ohio? Is that where Northern Ohio?
Yes. that's
Okay.
a
Pharmacy
prominent-
school.
Yep, pharmacy school. I applied there and did not get in.
I had a friend that went there. Apparently, the Wilson Football Factory is there, and all 108. Each team gets 108 Super Bowl footballs. Is it everybody get a ball?
I mean, that's Arias 2 balls. I mean, like, that's a lot of balls.
Right. So the Wilson Football Factory in Ada, Ohio, will make 216 footballs for the Super Bowl, each of them handmade. Wow, I wonder what the lead time is on that. First of all, you got a back time, how many cows you're going to need to kill, and how long it takes to make a football. Because they probably send them uninflated, right? They ship them flat, and then the NFL
Inflates
sends
them
them.
when they get there?
Yep, they send them to Tom Brady's house, and he just puts just this shy of not enough in there. No, I did not know that. Ada, is that near Toledo? Ada,
No, it's
Ohio.
like, I feel like it's between Toledo and Dayton.
Okay.
It's like down in Nowheresville.
I know where Ada, Michigan is. I'm not hip to Ada, Ohio. It doesn't look like a very large area, but that's where Ohio Northern University is. So it's between, okay. North of Dayton. Yeah, okay. It's like due east of Lima. All right. You ever been to Lima, Ohio?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Anything going on there? I always hear people talking about Lima. You know, this company has some radio stations there. Well, people we work with, they're like, oh, I was out in Lima talking to the manager there or something of the. We have iHeart radio stations in Lima, but I've never been out there.
Yeah, I've been out there, but I never heard anybody talk about it around here.
Ever?
Never.
Never.
Not around here. Not in
wow
casual conversation.
No?
No.
I mean, is that where they grow the beans? Or is it named after the city Lima in Peru? And they decided to Americanize it.
Actually, the beans are grown in
Green, Ohio?
I lost it. I don't care. I don't care where they're grown.
I don't care.
All right. Well, in 1854, there was a cholera outbreak in Lima. Wow. How do you like that? Love in the time of cholera. Love in Lima. Hey, speaking of beans, there are a group of friends. I'm going to play a little bit of this for you. A group of friends. None of them are musicians. They're in Vienna, Austria. And they spent the last 25 years, they got together in 1998, 12 friends, none of them musicians, who were just looking to get their yayas out and show off their artistic tendencies. And so they created an orchestra where all of the instruments are vegetables. You ever heard of Vienna's Vegetable Orchestra?
No.
I think most people associate Vienna with sausages. But this group has spent 25 years turning beets into...
Beets?
Beets. Now, I was expecting this to be some amazing thing where I was like, wow, how do they do that? But no, it sounds exactly like they're playing on vegetables. And they've been doing it since the late 90s. So maybe they don't have much going on there in Vienna. It is a world-class city. I don't know what these people do. I don't know what their day gigs are.
All right,
That woman's got a red bell pepper on the end of a hollowed out zucchini, and she's got a carrot cap on it. This is way less sexy than you'd think it would be, by the way. I know what you're thinking.
One moment where I was like,
I
bet
know
this is
what you're
be
thinking.
Sexy.
Well, they're blowing into cucumbers, and I mean,
is
it
this the
doesn't.
band that plays at the restaurant that Mary went to?
There was no band, but that would be it.
It doesn't take much to get some people in a froth. So. And then this guy's drumming on a bag of lentils with carrots. And
how mad would you be if someone's like, "Hey, I got a surprise. We're going to a concert."
This woman's playing a carrot that she's cut holes into. Hey, do you want to go see the Vienna Vegetable Orchestra? And they go, yeah. So for 25 years they've been, and they travel.
That's what I'm saying. Like, there's a chance that someone be like, "I wanted to check this out." Oh, that'd be terrible.
In the 25 years they've been doing it,
I don't want to eat my vegetables. I don't want to listen to them.
They've created 100 instruments. I mean, if you're using vegetables, you have to create all of your instruments.
Yeah.
They don't just grow that way.
Your flute goes bad.
They've
What's the expiration? What's the expiration date on that oboe?
Hey, my saxophone rotted. They've created 100 instruments. They've released 4 albums. And they've performed more than 300 concerts around the world, including the Shanghai Arts Center, the Royal Festival Hall in London, the Centre Pompidou in Paris, and they sold out an 1,800-seat auditorium in Moscow.
Oh, my God.
That's insane.
Why they don't call themselves Motley Crue today, I have no idea, but they don't. They're the Vienna Vegetable Orchestra. VVO, if you will. So they said that they build fresh instruments before each performance. They use about 250 pounds of vegetables. Takes them a couple hours, and they have all kinds of tools. So their road cases are probably just refrigerated cases and then toolkits. Knives and drills. They have singers that will sing along. It's not all instrumental. And so they say that when they're doing a gig, they get to the venue around noon, and they inspect their crates of vegetables, and then they start making their instruments. Celery guitars, pepper horns. How have I never heard of it? Has anybody heard of this?
Why has anybody heard of this?
Because it's been around since 1998. I mean, I've been in the music adjacent to business for a long time. I've never heard of this. I always have my ear to the ground on really weird music. I've never heard of this. Every member plays 20 or more instruments per concert. And they said that they've all developed their specialties over time. Because you got to think there's a guy that's like, listen, I'm classically trained in okra, but I found myself on the pumpkin marimbas, and I knew that was the instrument for me. I was originally a leek flautist.
No, what's annoying
and then
about
I
this
determined
is these are probably really, really talented musicians that have learned to play real instruments, and they're very good at them. But the only way they can make money is doing this dumb thing.
God bless them for making money at it.
If they're making money, I mean, it seems like they're doing
regular.
They're doing tours.
Yeah. Why don't they come to Severance Hall? I wonder what it costs to book them.
The cafeteria is not that big.
Could we bring them to Severance Hall? Giant Eagles Produce Department presents.
Sponsored by the West Side Market.
There you go. Even better.
Do they use local produce at every place?
That's what it sounds like. Well, she said that they check it doesn't sound like they go out and buy them. I don't know. She said some people like building instruments based on classic instruments like the carrot flute or the pumpkin drum. This woman says, but some of us want to highlight weird sounds that you can make with vegetables. So this guy made a leek violin. And he said it's actually not easy to play.
Really? It's not?
Stratohoovius? It's actually not easy to play. You have to lick it and tense it just right, is what he said. You've got to lick your leek violin. You got to lick it before you flick it. You got to... So anyway, the Vegetable Orchestra doing 300 concerts over the past 25 years with their produce soundscapes. Rustling onion skins. Well, anyway, I had never heard of it before. I have to tell you that I thought it was going to be more compelling than that. I thought they might have really figured something out. But, you know, listen, it's a hell of an icebreaker. Let's say you're at a party and they're like, oh, what do you do for a living? Oh, I'm a performer. Oh, well, that can mean a lot of things. Well, I'm a musician. You know, you're dancing around it. You're trying to lure them into asking you the right question. And, of course, you've piqued their curiosity. So they say, oh, I notice you travel with a lot of carrots and eggplants. Are you a grocer of some kind? No. I'm a performer.
Where do you put them?
You see this carrot? Tomorrow night, I'll be blowing on it.
'Twill be a recorder.
'Twill be my new instruments. I need to find garlic grass for my bass strings.
What are you guys? Can we stop talking about this? I don't care about any of these stupid instruments.
Leaks.
What are you guys doing for the Super Bowl?
I'm carving out timpani out of a giant pumpkin that I've grown in my backyard. I'm making raspberry clackers. And I'm making celery drumsticks. No, I guess we're going to a Super Bowl party, I was told.
Oh.
Some friends are having a small... I was told. Gwen said, hey...
Do you think you'll get uninvited when you bring up the Vegetable Orchestra and everybody's like, oh, God.
Gwen brought the vegetable guy again. Next thing he's going to say the pizza rolls are too much sauce.
That's right. No, they're usually too dry, aren't they? Pizza rolls are usually too dry.
I don't know.
I like
pizza rolls.
I'm not averse to pizza rolls. I haven't had them in 100 years, but anytime I have a random pizza roll, I'm like, man, these are good.
I like a good crust. I don't want it to be soggy, so it has to be a nice, crusty pizza roll.
Crusty, crunchy.
Not crusty.
Crusty.
Crusty's not the
You mean
right-
crunchy.
Like
You want it to be
old.
crunchy, not crusty.
So you want them baked in the oven, not put in the microwave. Because in the microwave, they get soggy. But
Yeah.
sometimes I'm too impatient. I don't want to wait 20
It's
minutes
worth
for
the
my
wait,
pizza
though.
rolls. It really is.
Yeah.
It is. It makes a world of difference. The air fryer is a good way to go with it.
There you
It
go.
still takes like 20 minutes or 15.
Yeah,
You
but
can't
still-
wait 15 minutes for
Not for
delicious.
pizza rolls.
But air fryers
Pizza rolls.
also heat up faster. Like
Yeah.
when you cook stuff in the oven, just preheating the oven takes 2 days.
I was going to say, pizza
Air fryer is
rolls
just
are-
like a tiny oven. I mean, it's
Pizza rolls are not a serious enough food for us to, like, wait for the oven. Like,
Right.
it's like a snack food. Like, I understand chicken breast and, like, different types of foods that's going with, like...
yeah, but
a
anything you're
dinner.
going to eat, you don't want it to be soggy or floppy or
I
you
just
want
I overcook it in the microwave.
overcook it.
Like, till it's a little brown. Like, I'm okay if the insides are a little crusty. I need it. It's crusty. I don't know.
Hey!
No, like crusty, like a pizza crust. You don't call it a pizza crunch. It's a pizza crust.
Right, but a pizza...
We're talking about SEX in front of the CHILDREN.
Sex Cauldron? I thought they closed that place down.
Nobody talks about their pizza crust being crusty,
I love
though.
a good crusty pizza.
A good crusty pizza. Mmm.
I'm having some friends over, so I gotta figure out what I'm gonna make.
Yeah, no, I guess we're going to a small get
Little
together for the
get-together?
Super Bowl. Yeah.
I'll probably make some ribs.
Oh yeah.
Maybe some buffalo chicken dip.
Mary loves ribs. You should talk
hate
to her. She just had some for lunch.
I ate a bite. I'm not coming over.
So
You're not invited.
You're not coming back here for the Super Bowl?
I am not.
Yeah, what will you do Super Bowl Sunday in New York? I mean, will you nothing really?
I don't plan on doing anything. I picked up a gig this Saturday in upstate New York, so we'll be driving back on Sunday. I know it's at night, but
okay.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'll go watch it.
You going to the Catskills? I mean, we've got people upstate.
No, it's like a private fundraiser gig.
Oh,
They had someone drop out last minute, so I picked it up. But maybe if people are doing something, but I don't know. We'll see. Probably
Cleveland
nothing.
boys, out there.
Yeah, probably
Yeah,
nothing to be 100% honest, but.
Not even just get yourself a little pizza, hang out at home, watch it.
I don't have anything to watch it on.
You don't have a TV?
You have a laptop?
I do, but I don't have cable.
It's an app.
I'm not going to pay for the NFL app or whatever.
No, you don't have to pay for the NFL app. It's one of the billions of apps
What's
you
it on?
already have. I think it's
You have Hulu, don't
CBS.
you?
I think it's on CBS.
Oh.
So
Well, I don't have
I'll
TV.
I'll give you a Paramount Plus login and you can watch
there
it
you
on
go.
that.
Well, then there you go. That's what I'll do.
And that will just cost you
$9.
admitting
No.
that I'm the reason that you were inspired.
See, I'd rather just not watch
Oh, boy. Well, maybe you don't want to hear about vegetable instruments, but you might want to be putting down on your calendar that Cleveland finally got the U.S. Air Guitar National Finals. Congratulations.
Our friend Zachariah Durr was a finalist.
I know.
At one point.
The finals.
That's neat. When is it?
Saturday, July 20th at the Beachland Ballroom.
Hell yeah.
For the first time ever, Cleveland, Ohio will host the U.S. Air Guitar National Finals. One winner will be crowned the U.S. Air Guitar Champion and will move on to Finland to represent Team USA. Why Finland? I don't know. It's funny. They use an old quote from Keith Olbermann when he was on ESPN where he says, "This is the future of America." But he meant it sarcastically. Yeah. He didn't mean it in a positive way. But there's a photo of Cleveland's own Ricky Stinkfingers performing at Nationals. So that's who. That's your legacy, Cleveland. Whoever Ricky Stinkfingers is. He's well known in the air guitar community. They have Eastern regionals, Western regionals, Brooklyn, Chicago, Nashville, and the national finals. Cleveland, Ohio, on July the 20th. I would go to that. Just to dick around, see what they're doing.
People watch it?
Yeah, it would probably be interesting for about 15 minutes. And you're like, okay.
Someone's really good, though.
Huh?
If you discover your favorite air guitarist.
Someone's really shredding up there. I mean, really shredding.
But how would you be bad at it, is my question.
That's what you'll find out very quickly.
But
if you go to any of the regional ones.
But if you know the song, yeah, I don't know. Well, anyway.
I'm sure there's people that are real bad at it.
It's a big get in Cleveland to get the finals. So congratulations to everyone involved, and Mazel Tov over there to the Beachland Ballroom. It's a fine, fine establishment. I'm going to break here. Got Cavs pregame at 6:30 there in D.C. They'll start up at 7 o'clock tonight playing the Wizards on MMS.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere